Ooh. Fucking yawned. Alright, that's fine though. Sit it properly. God, it's still so hot in my house. Cringe. Kinda cringe. Let me check if this thing works. It works. I'm also gonna change out of my shirt because I'm actually still quite hot. So I'll BRB real quick. Lighter to wear. Anything lighter. Daddy. Such crazy hair. Fantastic. The shirt is tight.
Someone needs to fill
I have to change again. Fantastic.
Double. Triple. Clean them up now. Double. Double. Triple kill.
Whew. Oh, actually, since no one's here yet, I'm gonna run an ad. That'll make it easier. That'll make it lots easier.
See that? Double. Triple. It's a bone orchard out here. Double. Double. Triple.
Sometimes I do be struggling. Let me also stop looking for them because they're rid of people I don't know. Copy this. Put it on a separate tab. What the? Hey, Neo. How are you, Neo? One tap the fuck out of that. I thought I heard doubles for a second there. How are you doing, Neo? What's going on? This shirt that I'm wearing, I changed it to something that's lighter, but it's kind of tight. So I don't think it's mine. I think this might be Sophia's. So I'm gonna quickly change again because it's really hot. Too swole? Maybe that's what it is. Maybe it's just not me. I'll take that answer. Yeah, I'm just too swole for this shirt. Kinky. Wearing your wife's shirts? I know. Shucks. But I'm gonna change real quick. I might change my pants as well, cause you know how high they turned the heat on? It was like 81 degrees in the house. And I just finished eating and I was just chilling. 81 degrees. And like food coma hit, and then I got like the heat exhaustion on top of it as well. And I just passed out. Like I felt super lethargic. I'm like, what the fuck? When I came back later, he left to go pick up my mom or something. I lowered it. I didn't realize it was that high. I just felt the effects of it. But I'm still hot. I'm gonna change to something that's nicer. Tight. Tight. Actually, hold on. Just in case I accidentally walk by camera. Here, I'm gonna go BRB mode. Yeah, come on, change. Yeah, just in case.
Fucking Steam overlay.
Yes, it happens to me every fucking game, dude.
I took ours from Kyle.
If anyone
You guys find any levers yet? I'm getting an antidote.
Ooh, tracker.
What is this? Oh shit.
Tracker.
Bring it
I don't
down.
want this, honestly.
Yeah, it's Zen, it's 100% Zen. It's Zen.
I thought I was alone.
It's Zen, vote out Zen, it's Zen. Zen's
No, I can't handle this. Silly Pole, thanks for the follow.
They see your feet. They can cheat. You're not cheating though.
Oh shit, there's no one there.
You're getting pushed. Ooh, you hit him. Ooh, you killed 3 people.
Got him.
That was on stream.
That's why you don't.
Actually, a lot less tight. A lot less happier. Fucking love. Alright. Welcome back. Thank you. Thank you. Alright. But I'll figured since I'm late. I'll just do friends this up. God, I actually feel like sick. My nose feels weird. It feels stuffy.
Double, triple kill. Quadruple.
I know I'll be fine later. It just I probably need to drink a bit more water. Hold up. It is that time of year, yeah. I need to re-add those scenes. That'll make it easier.
You don't know when to quit.
Double kill. Double kill.
It's time.
Double, triple kill.
Oh, alright. I mean, my aim's alright. My frames are good. I'll just hop in, pray for the best. I really like that I used to have that, the scene changer, because I'm such a bad streamer, and you guys were always the ones that like caught it, and you're like, Hitsu, god damn it, Hitsu, again? I'm like, what? What I do now? What I do now?
They still haven't seen my ace.
I know what happens. I'm just so derp half the time.
Wouldn't call that your best shot.
fucking Pharah.
Cole, try a little harder.
White lip.
Taken the lead.
Oh. I took the lead. No shot.
Chew on that.
What are you doing there, Neo? What's the vibe for today?
Oh, yo.
I got mine. Chilling playing Star Ocean? That sounds fun,
Time to
actually.
waste.
I wish I was more into those games. Bruh. Unless we could use a Stone Ocean?
Prepare for battle.
Am I confused with Stone Ocean? Alright, you get to hear the pure toxicity of chat if they ever speak. Hopefully they never do. I'm not sure, am I? I'm gonna do that? Shit, I'll go in. I'll go in as Reaper. Oh my god, Kyojuro. Of course you're playing Genji. Oh,
Let's go get him, guys.
I'm just laughing at the fact that Kyojuro.
Let's show him what
playing
we're
Genji.
made of.
That's so perfect. Are you excited for the next season?
Sorta.
When is it coming out?
Fill this saddle.
I'm not even sure, but last season was so fucking hype.
I want to get to Diamond.
3,
I believe, man. I believe.
1. Round 1.
Nah,
What rank is this?
Plat, I think.
That one.
Flat one.
Okay. Go run, go run. Nice. On that side. Nice shot, guys.
Switch the monkey here. I think it's for the Kyojuro. Oh, they got Echo. Echo's low. Okay, good. Nice pick. I'm just hitting her consistently. I mean, I have charge, I guess. Arigato. He's super low. He's super low. Nice.
Sorry, man.
Oh, no, don't stress. It's Genji things, you know.
Death ain't on my doorstep yet.
Sometimes to bait them, to be positive, you just gotta be a little friendly. I see Kyojuro start talking about anime. I mean, half the people who play Overwatch are fucking weebs anyways. Just gotta appeal to their human aspect. I got the Genji,
Monkey, monkey.
More no dash, more no dash. Got monkey. Soldiers alone. Oh! Oh! You scared me with the poop. Oh, Sunny, you redeemed first. Hey, Sunny.
Big.
Alright, good job. I think we got it. Yeah.
First round.
Nice.
Let me add you, Sunny. Let me add you to the thing.
1 to 0.
I'm about to sneeze again. Sorry, I should have muted my mic. I'm bad streamer. So sorry.
Say, Cassidy, you're a cowboy? How come you don't say howdy more? Well, I
Congratulations,
may
Sonny.
be a cowboy, but I ain't a cliche.
I'm back. Sorry, was sneezing. How are you doing, Sonny? How are you doing, Tally? Damn.
One. Capture the objective.
Honestly, I have no idea how the games are gonna go. I have to do all 7 games. I hope I win all 7 and it's just like instant diamond. That'd be kind of pog. Oh my god. I didn't hit. Oi, 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 oi. Thank you very much.
We can play up here.
Yeah, we're up first. I'm being chased. Fucking Genji.
Low on juice.
I messed up. I'm just messed up. Sorry.
She's so low. Oh, unlucky. You got her though. Nice, nice, nice. Oh, she's not charged anymore. We reset. We have ults here.
Dust off the boots.
What are you guys up to, Tally? I explained to Neo earlier. I basically almost got a heat stroke in my own house. Not really. That's an over-exaggeration. What the fuck that? Fucking Genji mobility is insane. You having dinner? Some shredded taters, fried eggs, and chicken because my taste buds against pork chops. So
I'm gonna eat the grove. Watch.
feel that. Alright, I'm waiting.
Never
I'm
mind.
waiting.
Never mind.
Ah, fuck.
Alright, it's fine. It's fine.
Focus us.
Just die on point. I got bomb.
Cole, try a little harder.
Genji ulted there. I think. How long have they had Lucio? Do you think guys ult?
Not very long.
Okay.
I had Zen.
Right.
I got bomb. We can go through left. We can go through left.
Yeah, I think we go left there. She's gonna try to. She's gonna try to. This time she's gonna do it.
How? I haven't killed a single
Lucio
person.
died. Got one.
Genji behind, Genji behind.
Can't hit this fucking Symmetra.
Hit your shots, Hitsu. If you just hit your shots, you'll be good. We got this Symmetra, nice.
We gotta kill the Zarya, bros.
Yeah, Zarya's fucking us up.
Oh, Diva, you ran from me.
Sorry. Okay, we need to focus the healers. I think that's the problem. The Zarya is living through everything.
I mean, we got the Lucy at the start of that one. It's just no, we can get more.
Yeah, we just couldn't kill a Moira.
Be a different angle.
Good try. Good try.
Sorry, I couldn't touch.
It's all good. We go again. We win.
I'm gonna switch. I'm probably gonna play Zarya.
1-1.
I think I'm gonna play Reaper.
isn't a game, girl.
We just focus.
Yeah, they don't have anything. If they play the same healers, then it's just the whatchamacallit, the beat, really to stop me.
Yeah.
5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Round 3. Capture the objective.
Genji's behind you guys.
Focus some more. Kill the more first. Kill more first. Nice. Lucio dead.
Took out.
Sorry, Nick.
Moira.
Sorry.
Yeah, just get the Zarya now.
Come. Oh god, nice. Priority always needs to be healers and Zarya.
They switch Zen. I'm gonna play the corner.
Oh
that
my
is
god.
unlucky. That is unlucky.
Oh, bad.
I got outsucked.
I'll try to get a pick here. I got my pick. I'm out.
I got Genji.
We chill. Wait for more.
I'm almost here.
There's a Zen on the right here.
I'm chasing behind. I'm behind. We killed her. Alright, we got her. Hit the children. We dipped out.
Come here. I can heal you.
Okay, we have pretty much everything still.
Oh my god.
Oh. Unlucky enough.
Thank you. Hello. My ultimate is
We set here if we can.
my ultimate's almost
I have ult basically.
Moira,
I
Zen.
got cheese.
So sorry, guys.
No, you're fine.
It's
You're
all
fine.
good. Just down.
We were set. Let them ult.
I might have used my ult, guys. Sorry about that.
You're fine.
Oops.
You get it pretty quickly anyways. You try to kill the Zen before I ult.
Back up a
Hey,
little.
heals.
I'm trying.
Oh wait, she's so aggressive here.
Oh, we kill them all. Let's fucking go.
They got really aggressive there for no reason.
I saw Kiriko.
You got him. Yeah, he has no reflect. That's good. That's a really good stagger. Blue balled?
I don't think they're gonna touch.
Do you want to play? Not bad.
Oh, fuck that guy. Kill Moira. We need to kill Moira. Dead.
I got the
There you go.
altar. Hit the Zen. Break a bubble. Just kill her.
Genji.
Alright, we got it. Good job, guys. GG.
GG was.
Did you want to play? I am so sorry. Am I trolling? Right before your ult came up, Genji cooked you? Oh, yeah. They were keeping track of me. They were definitely keeping track of me. Yeah, in the first round, I was fucking them up.
So deep.
Genji things, bro. It's crazy. Alright, GG. I'm at Kyle's who watching you on the TV. Hey. I got a heat stroke basically earlier. It was 80 something in my own house. I just finished eating some food And then I went into like a mini food coma. And then I fucking passed out. And then the heat. Oh god, the heat when I woke up. There's no wondering. No wonder I just stayed in there. I couldn't move. I felt so lethargic. Yeah, I was gonna die in my own room. Nah, I'm being hyperbolic. Yo, what's wrong with my aim? What's wrong with my aim right now? What the fuck?
All packed up. That should be in your mouth. We'll need more bread than that.
But yeah, I'm big chilling now. What are you guys doing? Well, I know what you guys are doing at Kyle's house. What are you guys up to though? How was the gym today? How was trainer? Do you go to gym? Do you go to the gym on Wednesdays? I did cardio today. Damn, dude. I'm dead here, I think. Oh, he missed. I'm not dead.
Where was
The fact that I missed that right on there. Waiting on DoorDash? What'd you guys get? I technically still need to eat a little bit more. I think I'm not at my macros yet for the day. So I was looking when I was playing some quick play. How was comp going? I just started. Mercy hits it. Didn't you go to the gym? Okay. What'd you do today? Oh, thank you for shouting out Will. He's the person I used to play Overwatch with all the time. He lives that. Damn, that's kind of crazy, actually. Impossible Burger's gonna hit all of my macros. Are those really healthy? Are they really good? I've never actually had one. Whole day. I felt that. We've won one so far. Oh, actually, hold up. If I play Reaper, will they play Sojourn? If I play Sojourn, will they play Reaper? Yeah, we played one, and we won that one. But like, the vibe was a lot more chill. People were basically, here's the vibe for Plat. As long as people talk, chances are the enemy team is not talking. If you're not talking, there's still a chance that the enemy team is not talking. So you just gotta find a way to trick people into talking, and then all of a sudden the games are just 10 times easier. Hey, what's up?
Tell Jack to stop chasing me.
I have. He wouldn't listen.
Isn't that just like him?
Goodness, that. Wearing a suit and shit. I'm dope. This seems like one of the lobbies where no one wants to talk. So. They have a torb. We got a good pick, Nate. Nice. He switched from robot. Switched to robot. Trying to sneak killer.
My tactical eye is charging.
No.
Yeah, we just reset. Soldiers here. He almost has ult as well. Get rid of the damage boost him. Nice push, nice push. Keep it out. Keep it out. We baited a null. That's really good. Let's go. Good pick as well. Here we go. Fucking do. This stuff's done.
Let the kitsune guide you.
I'm doing pretty good. I just had like that heat stroke moment I was talking about earlier. You can actually skip so much of this map by TPing here. That's kind of crazy.
There's much for you to do.
Nice res. I'm just trying to be positive. The second you're positive, it makes it a lot easier for people to just fucking talk like normal people. Be normal. It makes people be normal if you can just properly talk. Nice, nice.
Tactical visor activated.
Great fucking ult. It's actually 80 degrees Fahrenheit. Oh god, I had to lower mine. Mine was like, I think I was at 82, 83 earlier. When I started lowering it down, but that's because it like got colder because it's nighttime now. So I don't know what it's actually like. Oh, hold up. I'll push one. We got another ult. Can we back off? Do you have rest? I'm chilling, I'm chilling. It's almost that warm, but it's getting to me today since it. Yeah, I felt that. I felt that. Oh, you got that. Nice pick. McCree's very low. McCree's very low. Nicely done. Thank you for the rest. It's like, that sounds painful. That sounds painful. I hate that. Got him.
Where is he Pokemon?
Watch out for this Bastion over here on the side. Nice. That's unfortunate, bro. I died, but that's unfortunate. Good round, right? Got it. Good job. Good shit, guys. These are phenomenal. I'm actually doing jack shit. Look at how many kills my other DPS got. I'm not doing anything. But that's not entirely bad either. I'm getting a couple key picks now and then to make them staggered, which works out for us. If I can stagger them, then it just fucks them over. I played 2 or 3 hours of that custom game with Jack, and we had a lot of fun. It was a lot. That mode is super fun. I really like that mode. My mom turns the heat on whenever it goes below like 60. I'm just imagining that, because I get it. 65 can be chilly. I get it. But to me, I don't think of it as chilly. I think of it more as like that, like it's the summer breeze weather, you know, like where you're sitting like out in the field and you feel like the breeze, and it's just big chilling. That's what I think of, truthfully. I don't know who they're playing. I think it's Zarya.
5, 4, 3, 2,
I'll play this corner here.
1. Attackers incoming.
Can you tell me who they have?
Stop the payload.
Very cool. Genji no dash. Genji no dash. I don't know where he went, but he's no dash. Never mind. Take the risk. Switch the Reaper here. No more Genji. Watch out for Hanzo. Hanzo's back. Got the Reaper. I got fucking arrows. Thank you for the risk.
I still have my ultimate is charging.
I have ult. Gale from a Ford, Gale from a whatchamacallit once again. Oh, we all ulted. Wait, we all ulted. My bad. I didn't realize that. More ulted than they're more ulted. Shinzo Sasage. Oh, I got fucking arrows. Yeah, but what the weather happening? Hitsu? The weather happening? What is that?
Flanking.
Did Reaper ult during that? Great ult. Great ult. Don't know where Myra is. We have Bob. We have Bob. Yeah. Great fucking pick. I got her. I got the Mercy. Great hold. Great hold, guys. Spell storms and a lot of cold temps for us, Hitsu. The winter storm for the west coast and tropical storm of the east coast gonna duke it out. Oh god, that sounds like tornadoes. That's not what it sounds like. That was really good old. Cold temps you can dress up, stack extra on. As a kid, I think I used to like hot temps more. But that's because as a kid, I didn't mind sweating as much. Now whenever I sweat, I'm just like, oh god. What is this? What's this sweat thing? Fucking disgusting. And it just makes me feel lethargic. As a kid, I don't think I cared.
Someone needs to fill this out.
Really? They're not suspecting tornadoes with a mix of weather like that? Schrodinger's Roadhog, where did he go? What the fuck?
Come on down.
Come on, pizza rolls. Think I'm gonna fall for that? I missed. Yeah, so like as a kid, I don't think I gave a shit. And I was probably also had a lot more energy in my day as well. Oh god. Got jumped on by everyone. That's weird though. I mean, I probably felt it. I've been feeling those winds, higher winds recently. There have definitely been more winds. I mean, that's fine. There's nothing wrong with disliking blood. I think that's pretty normal. It feels icky. It does actually feel icky. Saved by the bell. Quite literally.
Time for the reckoning.
Not every fight's a fair one.
Come on, silly Winston.
See that? All packed up. Trigger fingers.
Slow peeking that. I just had to play Valorant for a second. I think as a kid, I didn't like oil. Oil was the thing I didn't like feeling. Like in
Underestimating me.
that always felt super grimy to me. It felt really wrong. It was fun to wash off. What was the thing I loved doing as a kid? We were just trying to play with each other, it seemed like, for a second there. So we're 2 for 2 right now. 2 for 2. If I get 7 out of 7, hopefully I skip a rank or something. Nice. Whenever I see someone play Hanzo, I get this like small itch, is like, don't play Hanzo. I play Hanzo. I was the Hanzo main. How dare you? But then I realized it's Overwatch 2. I don't have to care anymore. I'm not Hanzo main.
Kind words. Thank you. I have arrived.
So we have a priest, and we also have Sin on our team. That's fucking great.
Hell yeah.
It's actually so true. Alright, I got Sin to use this mic. We got Sin to use this mic. That's one. That's one person.
3, 2, 1. Attackers incoming. Defend objective A.
They have a Genji. And a Sojourn. I got their Zen.
Oh, they were Widow. Widow there.
Thank you for trying to heal. I appreciate that. What rank am I? Plat. I'm in Plat 2. Oof, I got a pick, but then I fucking died. I wanted to go for the thing right away, but I don't know if she used her thing or not. Oh, that's unlucky.
Be careful.
I'm here. Rep is done again. Maybe I should have contested the point. I don't think I would have been able to though. Yeah, it's just plat, dude. So I don't think it's. I could possibly hit diamond today. We'll see though.
Sorry, one.
Nice shot. Nice shot. Zen's charging up. Zen's charging up. I got him. Great shots, Hanzo. Let's get why they call you Sin, because you're fucking nasty.
Good to go.
Play this corner here. Oh, I died. Really? I was expecting to die there. So that was kind of a throw. I thought I would be invulnerable by the person just get healed up. But I just died. So they probably didn't have it.
A dark step.
He went for just me. He got me. He got me.
Kind of cringe.
Yeah.
Soldering behind.
Watch out for Sojourn. Yeah, keep walking forward. Don't let Sojourn get you.
Back.
I don't.
With a vengeance.
How many ults is that? Do you want me to contest this?
Would you wait? I'm gonna be able to do much.
I got the fucking junk rat.
Good pick.
See you, chump.
Enjoy your lurk, Tally. That's so fucking great. I love that. Damn. That's so great. I'm not sure if we need a Zenyatta, actually. I think the ideal comp right now is if we had someone that can do a lot more healing. Got two. Switch to McCree here. What's up, Jay? The lurk is so... I love that. See ya, chump. How are you doing, Jay? What's going on? This is already a harder hold. Much harder hold. But I think, working out. Nice. We like to hear that. We love the kings that work out.
Eyes sharp this time.
I'm with you, Zen. I'm with you, Zen. If you want to fight this. Zara's half health. She's getting pocketed right now.
Never mind.
She's charged. I don't know how she's charged, but she's charged. I think I go to the left here. I go to the left. I go to the left.
Not exactly what
I go to left and ult. 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 Got two. Just a Sojourn real quick to be able to contest a point here.
We're in this together. All of us. Going somewhere?
Dude, she is so charged. She's actually so charged. No, she's not. Oh, I had a Discord orb on me. That's what that was. I was like, how the fuck did she just melt me like that? That makes a lot more sense. I didn't see the Discord orb. Sojourn booped in the face there. They're nerfing Sojourn in the next update for some reason. They're not. You bet. They managed to cap. We might lose this one. I'm gonna try, of course, but we might actually lose this one. They were doing a pretty good job of just staying live there.
Prepare to attack.
I'll play McCree though. McCree's working out. Is there any reason why they wouldn't nerf Sojourn? I think Kiriko. But we might need someone else besides Zen.
Someone needs to fill this saddle. Things were a lot simpler when I was robbing banks with the Deadlock gang.
One of them left apparently. But yeah, Zara's just really strong. She's fucking going crazy.
Remind me of myself when I was young.
But when I switched to McCree, it was kind of working out. Just not enough time.
Okay. Thanks for the compliment.
Winston, I think. Actually, they're so out of place. Like their supports are always so far back, just chilling there. They're probably free kills for you. Looks like they're nerfing Sombra. Yeah. We should just run them down right away. Use what we can, I guess. Unfortunate. They have a Bastion and a Kiriko and a Zarya. Kiriko's low. Nice pick.
Huge pick.
And it's in the back over there, on the right. And it's on the right. And it's on the right. She's trying to focus me. She's trying to focus me. They probably DC'd. Try to get picks here, stagger more.
Go high, watch out.
Try to get the soldier up top here. Is he sleeping up top? Did you sleep? That one left.
I dumped.
Hey, Snake.
Oh wait, never missed. Wow.
Hey, just leaving. I guess. They're nerfing Sombra, Genji, Zarya, Diva, and Kiriko. Kiriko deserves a nerf. Zarya might deserve a nerf. Sombra definitely deserves a nerf. Genji deserves it. I'm sure if Diva deserves it though. We just got literally gifted a game. Somehow. Alright, we got gifted a game, whatever. 3 games. Let's go. How you doing, Snake? Genji does deserve it. You cannot say Genji does not deserve it. When it's 5v5, he gets so much free value. You get a pick, it's over for Genji. But the thing is, higher ranks, you don't get as much value out of him. But like in lower ranks, he's kind of free. Wait, what happened? One person DC'd, and then like all of them DC'd, and we just got gifted a game. We won that match. They gave us the win. Okay, I guess. I'm not gonna complain. I was worried about that match actually. So the fact that it just happened, I'll take it. One for one, baby. 1 for 1. Anytime we rise to power, I will say I think the way they nerfed Genji, they kind of neutered him a little bit. I will say that.
All patched up.
I think he comes here. Well. Okay. You're not my Tsubasa XII. That much is for sure. I can't sleep. If I can't sleep, I'll watch on the episode of The Crown. Boy. I thought. But like nerfing 2 full like autos, or I'm not really sure you call these autos, I guess. And also bringing his damage down 2 points. He loses 6 damage per 3 shurikens. That's a lot. And he gets like less than 2. So he's down a solid what? 12 DPS. He lived that. Eichenwald. Oh, it's a bright map now. I'll go this. Reaper's honestly brain dead. I'm surprised they're not. I guess you can't really nerf Reaper without him getting scuffed really hard. But does it D.Va deserve a nerf though? I'm not sure if D.Va deserves one. Maybe like a small HP nerf, I would appreciate. Cause just like by 50 HP or something like that, I think I'd be okay with that. But Sombra deserves it for sure. Her fucking burst is ridiculous. Alright, let's see. Jake the Snake. Why do they call you Jake the Snake? Jake.
Let's do better this time.
Nah, he's not talking. This sounds like a no micro lobby. No micro lobby. That was the only name that could have gotten something. He switched to Hanzo. I get so irked when other people play Hanzo. Like instantly irked. Oh, they have. Hold up. We can just walk up here. Shut up. Thank you. I got him. I got him for you. Got him for you. Thank you for healing me earlier. Hanzo got 1v1 by the Kiriko. Kiriko's so strong. I'm not doing shit. I'm not doing shit right now. But we can just walk right up though, that's a good thing. Wait, what? You turning 29 is what triggered you into Zarya's charge. Proper charge. But like I said, we can just walk up though. sometimes you gotta TP right on them. That's literally the trick of Reaper. Sometimes you just have to literally fucking TP on them. Oh my god. I don't think she has any more bubbles. He's here. Her last bubble, pretty sure. Can I get her though? Dude, she lived. I'm pushing point. He got Sonic Arrow on. Fuck me, the bubble timing. I gotta pick here somewhere. Fucking invulnerable. I could have killed her if I just did 2 autos. Their Hanzo died. This is Anohana Secret Base but remixed. Is this Anohana? Really?
Oh, that's okay. One on top there.
I'm coming up top.
This ends now.
I got her. We have to kill this Zarya here. She needs to die.
It's Ana behind.
Did you get her? Oh, you guys. It's fine. It's fine. It's fine. We're pushing for it. Alright, I'm gonna try to get the playing kill.
Dude, Shields up top.
Soldier behind, super low. Oh, she got hair. You get out, Anna. We'll just reset here. We got 2 ults. Pew pew. Yeah. Probably need to play Reinhardt. Or not Reinhardt. I probably need to play something else.
There's one without.
I'm gonna TP up top here. They ulted. I got the Cure show. We win this, we win this. Watch out behind, watch out behind. Support the soldier, support soldier. Good old soldier. Good old. This one.
Reaper on top.
It's low. Get the Zarya, get the Zarya. Or Lucio. That took a lot of work. But you have ult now though, so that's good. They gave him ult charge, basically. One bubble down. 2 bubbles down. He has no heals.
We're down too many. We should just reset.
Reset here. I'm gonna switch to something else.
Log on. Okay, we don't have 5 yet.
Good pick though. Great pick. Thank you for the taxi.
I'm speeding us in right now.
Alright, we're here, we're here, we're here, we're here. He has beat.
Guys, we're getting low. They might grab after this.
Not exactly what I expected.
I'm gonna try to kill the fucking Zarya.
60 seconds remaining.
Oh, I got cheesed. Good pick, good pick, good pick. Watch out for the Reaper, watch out for the Reaper.
Okay, we're gonna be down one here.
It's overtime, but at least we're probably gonna get this, right? Yeah.
Score 3-0. Switching sides. Prepare your defenses. Select your hero.
Earlier, they weren't really holding the choke, so I'm gonna be playing a bit closer to try to stall them as much as I can. That made no sense logically to calm that, but I just wanted to say something. Bum 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 bum. If I win this one, this would be 4 for 4 though. Pretty sure. How dope would that be? Did my phone die? My phone died.
Isn't that just like him?
That's awkward. Play this corner right here.
Over here.
Everything's online. Functionality looks good. One last diagnostics check couldn't hurt. 5, 4,
I think they have Sojourn still.
1. Attackers incoming. Defend
Sorry,
objective A.
Oh, they also have a wood up.
Widow one.
You got a lot there for nothing. That wood is hitting shots. I just kind of split up.
Oh, okay.
I don't know how to hit you, bro. I'm healing.
That sucks.
We got their healers though. They're not pushing point either.
Okay, I'm gonna switch to Kiriko.
They're not pushing point.
Ashes to ashes.
Fucking Kiriko headshot hit me. Ah! Your eyes hurt from staring. You should probably, if your eyes are hurting, please get some rest. For sure. For sure. I need to switch here. They're just playing these long range bullshits. Long range bullshits.
Someone needs to fill this saddle. Round number. Stay sharp.
Soldier 76 reporting for duty.
How many shots was that?
Mercy's gonna try to res here. Don't let Mercy res.
She's dead.
Oh, you got her. Nice. We win this then. It's 4v3. Watch out, keep going top.
Lucky shot.
Great hold.
Bro.
That's fine. Just reset. Don't give her more picks. Don't give her more picks.
Snapper. Really underestimate me?
Got the Mercy.
All patched up.
I think Widow's over here.
Reaper is
TP'd up. He TP'd up. Widow's trying to trick shot. Careful. Yeah, fucking Merc. Reaper's on site, pushing. He's pushing site. We need to stop him. Anna's alone on site. She needs help. She needs big help.
Dude, are we trolling?
Different angle.
That's pretty funny.
That I
One
called
right there, man.
It happens, I guess.
No time to waste.
Oh, he let down the shield at like the perfect time. That's unlucky. We win this though, I'm pretty sure. Do we? Do we though?
Keep your eyes
Point. I have to go back to Reaper now, I think. I got the Reaper. Dude, she's killing us all. Fucking Widow's hitting these crazy shots. She's so good right now. No heals, no heals, no heals. She's getting the good picks. The good juju picks right now.
There can be only one.
I have a Genji now. That's Genji.
30 seconds remaining.
Don't give him any charge. He has 30 seconds. Don't be afraid to ult right away either. Nice, 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 nice. I'll come back with ult basically. Good hold, guys. Good hold. I'm off to bed. I'll see you, dorks, later. You take care. Thank you so much for hanging out, Sonny. You know, I appreciate you. Good job. GG, guys. Oh. Die. Literally got 1 kill. That's all I needed. That Yamato person was hitting these headshots, dude. He was hitting them. I did not do damage that game. I got all. 4 for 4 though. We're 4 for 4. Somehow we're 4 for 4. That's crazy. Actually kind of nuts. It's the streamer luck. Literal streamer luck right now.
Stuck your landing,
Back nerd. If I hit him one more time, I think I would have killed him. He's a Tonky champion. Tonky tank. It's still so hot in my house. That's the worst part about it.
You don't know when to quit.
Yeah, no thanks. No thanks. I'm good. Arigato gozaimasu much. But I'm allergic to that shit.
I never miss my mark.
9 HP is all I need, baby. 9 HP is all I need.
I'll patch you up.
Hit me with that. She's nuts. Oh my god, it's a push map. It's a proper push map. I'm scared. This gonna work. I'm still not fully aware of how push maps play out. She's going Mercy. She's gonna damage boost me. That's so sweet of her. I better not choke. Demon Slayer.
We're in this together. All of us.
Stay close. I can't heal you if you stray.
I've noticed the view before. It's kind of nuts, actually.
5, 4.
What's up, guys?
Yo.
Everyone having a good Wednesday?
I'll make it worth your while.
They have an echo. I missed.
Thanks.
Great pick.
That's what I was looking for. Not so fast.
It's not done.
You have a Zarya now? Got her. Got the mercy.
I love you.
Break it. Just get her. Kill her. Just kill her here. Just kill her here.
Baba high ground, Baba high ground.
They went backwards. They abandoned me.
I'll return the favor. Breaking them down. Adaptive circuits. This ends now. Spawn activated.
That cannot be happening. That cannot be happening.
Someone needs to fill this saddle.
Did you get the forward spawn? We did. Let's go.
Thanks, Thanks, Doc.
Sojourn has railgun. Be careful. I dip out here. Nice pick. I can't roll and reload in that thing. I tried to roll and reload, but I couldn't roll and reload. That's unfortunate.
No time to waste.
Because if I could have killed that guy. That guy got me. That guy. What a name.
That'll do fine.
Off Genji, I think. If Lucio managed to boop there, I think we win that. But he died. Sorry, his charge.
See my ace.
If we're trying to lose, we're doing great.
Thanks. Put it on my tab.
Oh, she's so low. That was cocky of her.
Robot secure. Repeat. Robot secure.
I'm running it down. He's super low up top, super low up top. Thank you for the rest. I have ult here.
Echo just keeps focusing me.
Death ain't on my doorstep. Keep the change. We've got the robot. Let's move.
Adaptive circuits engaged.
It's high noon.
Your team is close to
They switched to Genji and yeah.
My ultimate ability is charging. Over there.
Got the pick. Or Mara got it, but nice. Ryan almost has ult. I need this. Sorry. Genji dash from me. Protect from Genji though. Do we win that at all? Go crazy, soldier! Go crazy, soldier! Go crazy, soldier! We're losing. We're actually losing.
The enemy took control of the robot.
They're just chasing me.
forward spawn loss.
Over there.
You can't escape death.
There's a test subject.
Did I lose 30% charge? Yeah, but it's not as bad, you know? It's not that bad. See if I can get a pick here. I'm dealing with that fucking shit. Fucking Genji hopping around and shit. Cringe! Got the Genji.
There's a lot of them. Be careful.
They're getting close. Let's make our stand.
Anna checking in.
No, I was really hoping he would drop his thing for me. I should have calmed it. Should have calmed it. So I could heal. I was chilling in there.
The Reaper comes for your souls.
Lost the lead. The fucking cringe! Wow, that's so cringe. So cringe.
My ultimate is fully charged. Get in there.
Really? I want to see this. I want to see how much damage he did to me. They know it's coming. Holy shit. Holy shit. Oh fuck, did I just throw? We lost everyone. We lost everyone. I just threw. I threw my match. Oh no.
10 seconds remaining.
Get on it. Oh. I was so cautious when we entered the fucking this mode.
Disrupting. Doesn't get better than that.
Sojourn's busted. Sojourn do be busted. I fucking played that like. I played that super poorly though. It was largely my fault. I think we didn't win that one.
Someone needs to fill this out.
I've noticed that even though Genji's really good right now, I have a hard time playing with the Genji.
Just what the doctor orders.
Kind of unfortunate. 'Cause I don't know what to play with the Genji. Genji dashes in. So I feel like I need to play consistent damage or something.
You had it coming.
But I really don't know for sure. We take those. We take those double kills. We take those. Jump in here, yeah.
Really underestimating me.
Oh.
Lucky shot. It's time. Right in the line of fire.
Damn, she had an angle still? I want to see this. I'm not surprised, but like I want to see like the angle. Watch. Wait, you can jump on something there.
They still haven't seen.
Because she didn't touch the ground completely. That ledge. Hit her head. I'm so bad.
Much better. Bullseye. Just watching your back. That's what the doctor ordered.
This guy over here die? We just need to. It's another. No, it's not a push map. I feel super awkward about push maps right now. So much nuance in it. Bossa started playing Overwatch.
We're in this together.
Though the thing is, if people did just use their mics more often,
Clear heads, sharp eyes.
the games would be a lot easier. They really don't. You can try to bait them. You can try to trick them into the. Oh.
Keep in sight.
What up?
I'll have us
What's
in
going
and
on?
out in no time.
Genji, me, Anna, Mercy. Probably gonna get pocketed. We're both getting pocketed in our own ways. So I just need to play really passive this game, I think.
I learned too young that my body
All right.
couldn't always keep up
Want
with
to place
me.
your bets? Do you think Hanzo plays Hanzo or not?
It's hard to turn down rocket legs.
What's up, team?
Nah.
How are you?
One. Attack commencing. Capture objective
No Hanzo.
I have no shield.
I said I was gonna play passive, and look at me now.
Maybe, yeah.
Nothing a quick repair won't fix. Not so fast.
High run. Storming high run team. Can we try to kill?
Wait for Genji here. Just wait for him.
Some during the high run team. Some during is free on the high run.
I got no damage there.
Okay,
We should just backed off. I'm not getting any picks. Sojourn should be easy, but for some reason, I think I recently hit like a block playing Sojourn. Got a good pick. Nice. Sojourn got the railgun. Sojourn got the railgun. Nicely done. More or low.
Okay, maybe they've shadow. Nice deep.
Nice pick. I'm here with you. Nicely done.
Okay. 3, 2, 1. De Tiba. Oh. Okay, fall back from your. I have no shield. I have no shield.
I got blade here. Right, no, top behind, top behind.
Good heals.
What? He
we back up. We back up here. We back up. Reset here.
Just back up.
We have 3 ults. Just chilling.
It's deep.
That's one. Recharging. With not so fast.
I really got so many shattered.
This ends now.
Alright. Keep it up, keep it up. We're winning this. Yeah. Yeah, pick some out. I wanna see it. I wanna see his angle. It's probably like on his screen, I wasn't like fully behind. Yeah.
Okay, we got it.
We got it though, nice.
Thank you.
Nice.
Going somewhere?
They have a Reaper.
Powered and ready to fight.
Only one.
Oh shit. I got melted, my god. Full back there.
Oh, we have a Hanzo now. That's right. We have the Hanzo now. Don't they have a Torb?
What is Reaper?
They have a Torb, careful.
Wait, what?
He just walked up on me.
I can shadow.
Nice.
I can ping where they are, I can drag.
Reaper low behind you, Reaper low behind you.
I need to destroy the shield. Oh my god, I'm dead. Can you rest?
You got Anna ult. Just back off.
Can you rest?
Got it.
Oh shit.
Monkey one,
Hold on.
I can play Reaper.
You can't escape death.
If I play Reaper, we can actually.
Okay, maybe they use Nano, right?
Yeah, they Nano Reaper there.
Okay.
Torb might have ult.
Okay, can you give me a Sonic death?
oh, but I want to
Next time.
I got dragon here.
You got pocketed the entire time. That's crazy. Can you res me? I'm not safe actually. Oh, we have to push in here. I got his turret.
I know one. He's there.
Nice.
Where do they spawn from?
They spawn over here.
Wait.
Hanzo's halfway to ult.
You know how to play the game, right?
You were behind. Top one.
Oh, on the right side, half. Baby. Thank you, Mercy. Thank you.
Nice.
Put him, put.
I have ult soon.
Someone needs some.
Get her out of mech. Get her out of mech and I ult here.
I'm gonna fucking die to a big people there.
Nice. We did it. Now can we hold it? That's the question.
Select your hero.
Need more water. I'm thirsty. Ah. Bum 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 bum.
Can't escape death.
Helping those in need is its own reward.
Beware the shadow.
Yeah, hello. Did you just get home? Well, how are you? Also, I didn't know you had a cat. I saw on Snap that you had a cat or whatever. That was quite intriguing. You're home early for once? Why are you always home early on Wednesdays? Where's the logic? You didn't? I want doggos. Okay, soon.
Oh shit.
I'll
be below.
Yeah, just hold below. You're stuck. I'm flanking behind. I'm trying to get a pick on Zen.
Wait. I'm pushing. Can you half? Tim. Okay, we got the pick, I guess.
How the he's getting burst healed. Fucking it. I see. Get the Zen. Zen's just chilling in the open.
I'm coming up on the right. Okay, I'm pushing.
You're scared of cats, but this is my cat therapy? You're scared of cats.
Wait. Send half.
Send that. Blind that. Soldier on the left here. Kill soldier.
Where is she?
Fuck it, I'll kill her.
I'm TPing up top.
Nice. Okay, I need to build my shield. I have no shield. Fall back, Reaper. Fall back.
I'm getting his ass.
Okay, nice.
Trying to get this Hanzo here. Nah, I can't get it.
Oh!
Fucking railgun.
I'm looking for Shadow.
Yeah, put behind ship. I'll TP back soon. We have Anna ult. Fucking hell, stuttering.
Careful. They're coming up.
I've been watching New Gundam anime, not with Hitsu, but I am. I felt that.
What?
What just happened?
Here. The dragon. Here. Nice. We forced the dragon. Sorry, the transcendent.
Girl, I hit shift. That's so cringe. He ulted. Just chill, just chill, just chill. Yeah, watch out.
Oh no. I'm dead. My team.
Oh, she's one.
My team.
I kept dying. Look at this troll. I know, I kept dying. From like...
Wait for Reaper.
I hit shift earlier, but it didn't register because I was probably like a millisecond too slow with the shift button.
Okay, just chill.
Quite unfortunate. If I lived, we win. I tried to get the Hanzo. I got the pick, but fucking Hanzo got dashes. Watch out, Sojourn's charged. Oh, she used it. Never mind. I'm TPing on him.
I need help. I need help.
What?
Help.
Oh, he's playing Genji. He switched off. I need to switch. If he's playing Genji, I need to switch after I ult. Didn't realize he was playing fucking Genji.
Oh, okay. Survive, please. Survive, survive, survive. Save each other.
I think we can switch after we all.
Move. Break their life. Okay, never mind. Yeah, we're good. Yeah, never mind. They still each other. They still each other.
Got the Hanzo. I'm a rotator. I need to switch out since we need someone long range.
Yeah. I'll have Blade here.
You're mod in every chat I see you. I mean, that's just.
You want to try Nano Blade, or maybe I can try the other.
Yeah, Nano Blade for sure. They have Hanzo. That should be free.
Okay. Just call it. We're ready? Okay, go. I got it. I got it.
How are you doing though, Dawson? What's going on? Good kills. Good kills.
My soul is the light.
Hello there. I'm in A. Hello.
Fuck do I get up there? I don't know how to get up there.
He's flanking. Nah, win. Okay, and maybe I can try. I can shatter the bottom.
Careful here.
Onwards to victory.
Monkey solo. Nice.
Dragon coming. I'm taking damage. Just kill me.
Heal the Reinhardt.
60 seconds.
So I'm taking a breather before going back to ranked. I'm deranking like a motherfucker in Overwatch. How is it going? Where are you right now? Yeah, and this is Tally was. I made Tally become the mod that he is. Part of me is proud of it. She was low, but she's probably gonna get healed.
This ends now.
Oh fuck! Hold on.
In the sleep. Oh.
That's it.
Goddamn queen!
Oh, thank you, Mercy. Oh, thank you.
Learn that one from you.
Good job. We have Anna and Blade again. Or basically.
Good. Passion. Oh.
Fashion.
Good job. GG, guys. This new Reiki system is so dumb. I fucking hate it, dude. Like, I know that they had this logic where they're like, oh, if you're gonna be... People get more depressed when they see their SR or whatever. I'm like, I don't think anyone gives a shit about SR. I think what they give a shit about is losing. Like, them losing is what hurts their feelings. It's not the fucking seeing the number go up or down. That has nothing to do with it. Somebody invited? Oh god. There goes my win streak. JK. You'll get there, Dodson, especially in the new game. But like, for example, in Overwatch 1, though granted, I didn't play since like season, I think 8 it was, season 8. I was top 500 basically. And did my placements for Overwatch 2 not too long ago, I think like last week actually. And I think it was gold 5 I placed. I placed gold 5, I think. Or something like that. It was either gold 5 or gold 3, I don't remember. I think it was gold 5, because then I skipped a couple of ranks. But for because you can't sleep, I felt that. I'm getting hotter. I think they just got home and I think they turned the heat on again. They turned the fucking heat on again. I'm pretty sure they just turned the heat on. But no, the new ranking system is so dumb. But yeah, I went from... Because I played one ranked match of Overwatch 1 before I went back... before like the switch. Just to see where my ranking was. And I was still getting matched with like high elo people. I had like, I think 6 top 500s in my lobby in that game. So that was kind of crazy. Yeah, they're turning the heat on. Nah. I'm about to go down and turn it off. Because I actually have a very shitty reaction to heat. He got me. It's crazy. But yeah, so obviously I didn't play, so I don't deserve the top 500 or anything like that, in my opinion. But to see that and then to see me placed and
Where there's smoke,
sometimes I like standing still because then they don't know what to shoot, and then when they like panic, I shoot. Oh my god. I got my match with like 2 pros in my placement in comp like day 2 and got absolutely opened up on. Yeah, and then that fucks up your MMR too because it's like your early placements. I think I lost my early placements a lot actually. He's cringe! He's so cringe! I'm here, but I'm gonna turn the lower the heat. I guess I'm playing with Will and Kyle, so I'll be right back though.
maybe a different angle.
I was right. I was right. It was at 80. I was wondering why I was sweating again. The heat was going up. I was right. That's fucking cringe. Yeah, the heat was at 80.
It's
Lead lost.
One HP. Hold up, they're probably in a Discord. Let me find them.
Even fucking corny.
You like that 1 HP survival mode right there?
By the way, need
Huh?
to nerf Genji. Need to nerf Genji, by the way.
Yeah, we do. We do need to nerf
Genji.
Genji. We do need it.
Low key, I want to sell my G7.
Sell it to me. I'll buy it.
I want a 1080 monitor. I want a 280 frame, 280 hertz.
Genji main, you're in your tears. People calling you out already for being a Genji main. That's crazy. Sorry, Tsubasa XII.
X, fucking the.
Corgi, are you?
I mean, I was a Hanzo main.
Top 500 fucking main.
Did you say anything? Corgi? I'm not that bad.
I am rank 6.
This is so cool.
That's awesome. Proud of me.
They have
a Doom Fist.
GG.
Lucio's low, just fuck him up. There we go.
Yeah.
Bap.
Oh, this Symmetra just did burst damage to me somehow. I'm going for this Baptiste in the corner here.
Yeah, go
Do it. Nice.
More?
Sojourn's low, wherever she is. She has shards, be careful.
I got point, I got point.
Yep. Yeah, I'm going back for TP. Mora jumped off. I want a refund on my. I mean, to be fair, a lot of people place gold.
Oh
like high
shit,
rank
that's a
as well.
fucking Sojourn.
Yeah.
I kind of forgot the damage capabilities of that character. I'm gonna swap the Sigma, I think.
Sun is 1, Bap is 1. Soldier's 1 as well.
I tried to break the thing for you.
Wait, whoa, we can do this actually.
No, you can't. No, you can't. You can't punch that. What's up, Sierra? How you doing? Alright. Can we get a... Actually, hold on. Later, Kyle, can you switch to Zen?
I'll do this, I'll do.
To who? I can't hear you.
Zenyatta.
Yeah.
He fucks up. He's doing really hard.
Go, we
Yeah.
Damn, this Doomfist is cracked.
I kind of...
I don't even know like what the play is for me here. Do I go Hog?
Oh.
Yeah, Hog works really well, actually.
Alright.
It's Dan's one of the cool people I met through Anadabadu. Ah, I see. Doing okay, just taking a well-needed nap after a bit of stress earlier.
He goes in kind of solo. We can probably fuck him up.
Yeah.
Fuck my
Right now. Oh, that's unfortunate.
He just punches me off the cliff. I didn't know where he came from.
I'm gonna all spawn.
I feel like I'm about to be put in a thing.
Block it, block it, block it. I need to get on, so.
Yep,
Alright, I'm on point. I'm on point.
Yep. Doom can die, he's weak.
Just one.
Alright, yeah, I just solo ulted there just to get on point there.
Yep. Absolutely valid.
Mora's 1.
Keeping behind them.
Nice.
He has charge, careful.
Yeah, I can't push him outside.
Yeah, if he gets on, just Discord and hook him. We can fuck him up really hard.
Yellow, go,
Don't push up, don't push up that, don't push up that. Oh.
Oh my god, what? Oh, you just melted.
I can't see you. Sorry.
That's kind of how the bullshit goes,
just
I
beat my ass.
guess. I thought that the team was there. I'm sorry. I should have called
No,
out.
you're fine, you're fine, you're fine, you're fine.
What the fuck? That was insane. Saw this is the play for the first time.
He's just getting a lot of free value. That hook was kind of risky.
Can someone touch? Thank you.
I'm on point. I am probably dead here.
Send. Oh, if you could get out. Or I said send, but I'm.
Stagger him if we can. Stagger him if we can. I'm going for this Mora here. Mora's super low in the back. Did you get her? I got the Mora.
Oh shit, I need to back up, I need to back up.
Lots of TPs.
Whoa.
Bro. Their team comp is pissing me off.
It is quite annoying.
Can we kill Bap? Kill Bap?
Oh, I needed to just live there. I tried to kill her. I had ult, but then I fucking died.
I'm here for healing.
Oh!
Good pick. Focus. Prioritize picks. Call out discords. Call out discords.
Yep.
Ooh, you got it. Let's shoot.
Yeah, Doomfist. Fuck.
Very well.
Got the Sojourn. I'm getting more right now.
Kill. Fuck, I'm gonna die.
I'm trying to take his attention. I'm trying to take his attention. Fucking Moira.
Fuck, it was so close.
Alright,
God
that's you know, partially that's a pretty good Doom map, so hopefully we'll be doing a bit better somewhere else.
Score 0-1.
Damn, I've never played against an effective Doom.
He didn't die.
He didn't wait for a lot of free shit.
Yeah, he was gonna wait for a lot of free shit, but he also did not die once.
He should, when he jumped in,
No nonsense.
the thing is when he jumped in, fucking Road was a little bit late on the hooks. Or he jumped in when he had ult.
Yep.
5, 4,
Which is
Hey,
a
he
bad
played
piece.
Doom first.
2, 1.
Nerf East USA may have some issues with flooding from the collision of cold and hot air. Oh god. Sounds fantastic. I can't wait. Just be careful of Doom if he's playing it again, which probably will.
Let's just go right side.
He might go right side. He might go right side. He's trying to get a pick, I'm sure of it.
Sojourn. Doom discorded.
Falling back upon it. Got them off. God, man, I'm playing something that can run a ball. Oh no. I'm just not gonna get moved off.
Alright, that's tough.
Damn it.
This is not the end.
I don't think Brigitte honestly the answer. It wants to be more useful.
Alright, I think that we really need to. We're focusing too much on the new biz. If we can get
Yeah, we just
down
get
first, we
supports down. If he's jumping in, we can do shit. Wait, I have that guy, my friend. I got the Moira. I got the Moira.
Well, I don't know.
The Doom is on range. Finish back one.
I don't really have.
They have no way to stop me or ult, but still need someone to.
I'm gonna play. Run fast.
Oh, I used my shift. I'm cringe. The loss is tilting me.
Alright, is there anything that I can do here? Like,
We're really uncoordinated right now.
Yeah. Alright,
that's the biggest thing.
Up. How'd that nice.
Got their
Alright, I'm
attention,
gonna go
that's
to
it.
point, I
Yeah,
guess.
you just have to get a point. It was an unlucky game. Unlucky game.
Unlucky game.
Big unlucky game.
Fucking man.
I'm here with you, Anna.
Their fucking Sojourn was crazy.
Sojourn was hitting shots.
Yeah.
Well, okay, smooth. Okay.
God damn.
Should we go after the tropical storm does its thing? The main 13 colonies up there are gonna get some big rain because the cold and hot air will be tearing through, fighting for dominance. What's in Florida? Bad weather. He switched though. That was nice of him. To whatchamacallit. I don't think not Baptiste, the Brigitte was the play there at the start though. She was doing it just to push him away, but we didn't really need that.
Yeah, definitely not.
He's someone that could burst heal or heal a lot. Because Zen's healing is
Suboptimal.
suboptimal. Oh, why did I pick him?
I have arrived.
Wait, you live that because you TP? That's cringe.
Quiet.
But I'm also cringe. Let's go.
Good to go.
Warp across the stars with your
You left retirement.
Nicely done.
That's the head.
Fuck nerd. Gators. Wait, fly safe. It's a handsome tomorrow. Scuff flight plan so I can make it to Florida by Friday morning. Edco? What's Edco?
God damn.
That was actually kind of cringe. It's a boss XI.
They cannot kill me. Wait.
This ends now.
I got my ass.
Beware the shadows.
So stupid.
Countering this man in mid-range.
Yeah, Corvus. Electric Daisy Carnival. What's that? Something I know you've been wanting to go to it, but I don't know what the Electric Daisy Carnival is.
Hello. How we doing today?
Yellow.
Big chill.
You're one of my finest
Damn, that's valid.
Flattery will get you the
3-day festival with EDM style music and a carnival too. It's kind of dope. How long is it? Is it a one-day thing or is it a multi-day thing? I love how my ghost saying boo covers my HP bar perfectly. So if it actually hits that point, I'm dead. If my HP goes below that, over.
5, 4, 3, 2,
They have a diva.
the shadows.
They have a soldier as well. Yeah, that sounds pretty cool. This is potentially really good for us.
Yeah. Very soon. Wow.
Watch out for the.
Hey, chase his arm, chase his arm. Diva, I mean. Bro.
Get her.
Wow.
How does she have ult
She's
already,
behind
man?
our team, but she's still getting more help than I am.
What up with?
Flop.
Wahapa.
I'm gonna take the top right angle. Shoot. That's Hannah. Like, what the fuck?
She doesn't get out here, right? She does get out here.
Kyle. Kyle. Shoot me a message when that game's up.
Alright.
I got one. We can get aggressive here. They don't have devolt either, so unless we die here.
Dude, there's no way.
I think
They just simply cannot die.
To just disrupt
Yeah, they're not dying.
the line, especially when pull them.
Get out of this mech. Get out of this mech.
Junkrat is 1. Just rush the point. Rush the point. Rush the point if you can. Junkrat is 1 on point.
Yeah, we got him. We got him. This should be our point now.
Dance with death.
What?
Nice.
They're down their soldier. They're down 2. It's crazy. I think a little bit. Alright, yeah, push.
Good Reaper.
I'll push the cart here.
Wrong fucking room, Reaper. Stop getting off fucking point.
I can't do that. Wait,
Just go inside this room here. I'm dying here. Anna, D.Va behind. She's losing her Anna though.
Okay.
Or, yeah, you guys got
her.
her. She should die. She should die.
Where's one?
No ult, I don't think. Don't let her out. We're chasing down the D.Va. Nice.
She's dead. She's suicided.
Yeah, I hope you have a good time. Hopefully the weather's not as bad. Oh, nice.
What am I hearing? Oh, Junkrat on point. Junkrat on point. Nice. That was really good.
Stacking.
She's super low. She's super low. Get her out of mech. Nice.
I couldn't avoid that.
We got her ult at least. Got it. We reset though. We reset. If she ults, it's a throw. She ulted.
I didn't know we all died.
Yeah, obviously.
Shadows coalesce.
Oh.
Moria's out here. Moria.
Get ready to just ult us in though. Once you ult in, Kyle, just focus on the D.Va. Get her out of mech. And she's out of mech, I can ult.
Filter 3. They're down the
We got 2. We push hard here.
D.Va breaks. D.Va's gone. Kill the Anna. Anna's gone. Kill the D.Va point. See McCree.
easy.
Just had to get our rid of, and then we pushed them. They stack.
It's just fucking Junkrat was getting so much value in that corner. And Diva kept living.
Yeah. Junkrat, very big Junkrat enthusiast in that corner.
I playing Junkrat.
Reaper Junkrat is broken right here, bro. Come on.
Really? You want to do it?
It's broken until they switch to
something that flies.
Yeah. So we're running a risk here, but this shit's broken.
Just in case, can you run Anna or something? Or yeah, Kiriko will work.
Kiriko, yeah, Kiriko.
Anybody got a toothpick?
I don't have to change a lot of flight plan, but since I'm flying to Miami and just taking a bus to Atlanta, that should no issue getting there. Since I avoid the storm mostly, that's pretty good then. I really hope it goes well. But people I'm excited to see the most are on Friday. That's right. So you're gonna be there for Friday. Hope it goes well. I'm trying to play this corner here. You can play as aggressive like the other team did at the start. Hopefully, have no one that flies though.
Nothing breaks.
Right here. They're all gonna take left path. Watch. Even if that out, bombs me.
That was Zarya.
Oh, lots of. Alright, I was denied.
They also ran the same comp. Reaper Junkrat. That's crazy.
Objective lost. Stop the payload.
Death appears.
Reaper's up top.
Feast.
She has no bubbles though if you see her. She's both her bubbles. You're alone. You have no one to really so bail you out.
What is going on?
Yeah, McQueen's
I'm
really
doing
strong.
so much damage.
As long as you can hit the headshots, it's really strong.
Yeah. Oh no.
I'm sorry, I ran out of stock.
They already just off the feet.
Break out of this. Focus her down. Focus her down here. She has no bubbles. Only two on point. Only two on point. They lost their healers.
Oh, I'm missing. I'm not gonna beat this thing.
Come to me for heals.
Pop it. Nice.
Don't have a
Shot by Kiriko. That's fucking cringe. I have ult though. We have 4 ults. So don't be afraid to just play passive and use them.
Kill me in a way that matters.
Reaper's trying to sneak. Reaper's trying to sneak on the side over here. You guys see him? You see him? Great TP'd out.
Cloaked in shadow.
Bill here.
Guys, just don't die.
Reaper up top.
Victim appears.
You're trying to support the Reaper.
Not left. They're all popping out. Nice. That's fucking massive.
They're very low in there. They're very low in there. I solo ulted someone.
Oops, I fell. All that work to get in that spot. This fall and then die. They need you. Oh, you're dead.
Fuck.
Oh, you're fucked.
Trying to melee him. Just reload your weapon, bro. You got this. So low. That's so cringe. I don't know if he made him low or not.
Time to whip out sniper. I think it's time to whip out.
Can we get him point? Can we contest at all?
Oh, good.
I needed to.
Dodge, 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 dodge.
Damn.
Well, unless you have ulti, but I have Deadeye.
I do not have ulti. Testing.
That's alright. We should still have more time in them if they make it there.
You're dead.
Hello there.
They cannot kill me in a way that matters.
Halo has more healing than our support, honestly. I'm getting away with it. You're fucking insane! That's crazy.
They have a shield. They have a Reinhardt, so don't stop me.
Damn. She's charged. She's really charged right now.
Fucking worry about me.
I can't do nothing about that.
Play a different character.
Reset. Yeah, play some ult and then switch if you can.
Alright, I'm taking your character.
Try to switch to ball now.
Yeah.
Nice shot.
There's one if you see her.
Stay on. 2 seconds.
That's not vibes actually. I need to play like Genji. That's not vibes. But I'm fine. Fucking do well.
Get the Zarya. Do not let her heal. Do not let her get out of here.
Both healers are dead. They focus us first.
Zarya was super charged. They get here though. I think they got it.
Wait, how did you not free yourself from the trap with your E, Jacob?
Trying to think. What, like.
You should just play Zarya.
What tank do you want?
Go Zarya.
This is good, dude. Playing Hanzo.
Actually, I don't want to play Hanzo. I want to play with Green. Curse? What up, Curse?
Curse already
needs to fill this saddle.
Patty.
Oh shit, he home at 10:30, just like I said.
Nah, I've been home for a little bit.
Damn. How's Adams?
What you mean? I messaged you. I messaged you like 15 minutes ago.
Oh, I didn't even see it.
Nothing till William, I love him. Curse says.
And I've been sitting here for a little bit.
He loves you.
I love you, Curse. I love you so much, Curse.
Hey, bro, Curse, play FIFA with me.
You do not want his hands. You do.
I want the hands, bro. I don't know why.
No.
Like, I want it. Come on.
You all right?
Come and take this L, bro.
60 seconds remaining. Defend objective
They have Diva.
Oh, I hear Overwatch. You know what I just bought, Graf?
Dang, one-shotted me.
Oh god.
What'd you say?
One-shotted me. Wow. I got completely one-shotted by this asshole.
Oh, I got so much charge there, but we couldn't like live.
Get on, just touch.
You just touch, delay, stall as much as you can.
Come on, Cole. Try a little.
Beat him up. I tried cookies. I was doing damage. They capped it too. That's French.
Oh my god! I got one-shotted. Right, Junkrat satchel. It's impossible. Yeah, just like I had to do that fucking something higher. Just didn't realize.
You need to contest point. They're getting too much for free. Get on. So whoever's on, get on point.
I faded up already.
Get on it. Get on like just fuck them up. I got our out of mech.
Watch the Junkrat on the right. Behind us. Junkrat behind us.
Got Kiriko.
Fuck the Junkrat.
Come on, maybe. I need heals.
More on point. She's super low.
Get the feet off.
They got so much free distance there.
Sorry. We got it. We just have to win the first push.
Sorry, getting insta-merked is not the optimal either.
Not optimal. Wasn't optimal.
Definitely not optimal.
Select your hero.
Yeah.
If I can get the Junkrat, I'm gonna go in.
Let's kill this Junkrat.
Play Lucio, Kyle, I think. Hopefully she plays Kiriko.
Is all
This one got peace.
5, 4, 3.
But he must have seen.
Kiriko, we go in. Bet.
I do not wish to be feared, but to
I
be
got that
left
all
alone.
caps on point. Bro, just use her mic. He's probably fucking big sleep. Oh no.
5,
Moore's at the start here.
2, 1.
Where's one? Oh fuck, I didn't get it. Moore's one, okay. Zarya, break the Zarya and just kill it. Yeah, this is free. Dance one. Junkrat. Cool. Easy. Kill this person if we can. Who is it? Ruger? Oh, I'm gonna stagger the fucking murder again. Oh.
I got the Anna.
Hey, we have 2 on
I got the
point.
Moira.
Yeah, get 2 on point. We need to push point hard.
Oh, they're fucked. They're just losing.
Keep it going, keep it going.
Yeah, keep them in their spawn. Keep them in their spawn. That's what we need to do right now.
Ricker's like on the left. He should be like far away area. Anna is one on the.
I'm ulting the point. Just focus on the point.
Reaper's the next one on point.
Easy.
Good job. Like, as long as I got that pick, that's all I needed. I mean, they were stupid enough to play super aggressive. Wow.
Oh, I got a message, Deuce.
I only pull out Hanzo for when it's desperate.
I think you should play Hanzo every game, Pog.
No.
You're desperate Hanzo man?
What was that?
Aren't you a desperate Hanzo man?
No.
Yeah.
I don't know, bro. Your profile icon says otherwise.
I have 69 wins. Let's go. Hey, I'm moving up in the world.
6-9, 6-9.
I have a lot of hours on Reaper. He's so stupid though. Time to retire.
I'd just like to know. 3 days ago, you said, first, I can see how he could be kind of broken. You're not a true believer.
I was not, and then I played him. I think it was I had not Ana ult, a Kiriko ult on me once, and I was just running it down, like literally just running it down. No ult, no nothing, and I got like 5 kills out of it, and I was like, okay, say less. Oh, not 5 kills, 4 kills. I was looking Overwatch 1.
Something's wrong.
And I was like, oh, Kiriko kind of busted. Reaper kind of busted.
Oh, I one-shot one of these bullets.
It's so hot in my house. What the fuck? Alright, I need one more win and then new placement. Sugoi desu.
He said, yo, let's rock oil.
Did I finally unlock Kiriko? No. Almost. Soon I'll properly unlock Kiriko. It's crazy how I still haven't unlocked Kiriko.
Where Deuce at? Deuce.
What you mean? Where I literally said I'm here, bruh.
You had your mic
not
muted.
on
That's
mine,
cap.
kid.
No, I muted it after I said I'm here.
Nah, your mic didn't even pick it up. You're lying.
I
I have a
swear.
stream.
Lying.
I have a stream to contest this. You did not say shit.
Replay the VOD. I muted it
Nope.
after I said I'm here.
Nope.
Replay the. Somebody
Nope.
clip it. Somebody clip
Did
it.
anyone in chat hear him say he's here?
Somebody
Anyone in
clip
chat?
it.
Because he did not.
I did.
Get called out. Get called
Somebody
out.
clip it.
Deuce, why you being that right now, huh?
That what right now?
Can you?
That nigga right now, bro.
Oh.
being extra.
Hold on, let me get in this chat. I'm trying to see where the
No.
e-girls at
They
Leo
had
be
it
talking about.
really hot. But is it on though? I can tell when it's on. And earlier I turned it off.
Hey, we'll see here. It's clearly not in my corner. Alrighty.
Turn it off. But now I'm sweating again. So I wonder if they turned it on again. You can see Mars tonight with the naked eye. Heard nothing? Yeah, Father Pog.
That was one person. That's Tiara. She don't like me.
He said that's one person.
Well, turns out it was Mars. No, that. I mean, that's what people thought back then.
So I'm like, you better tell me if it's you right now.
Definitely playing it. Get fucked, heard nothing? Yeah, they heard nothing. You didn't say shit.
Okay, maybe I was muted. I can admit I could be wrong.
No, you can't admit it because you are wrong.
I'm not saying I am wrong. I could be wrong.
No, you are.
Okay,
100% facts.
Y'all said borderless window is better than full screen. I'm trying it out first though.
It's nice just for like all tabs.
I always play full screen.
You're a monster. You're not a monster. I mean, that you get best performance, but you can't tab out.
I know you can't tap out, but my frames are usually like on this game like 150.
The problem with Overwatch is if you're playing full screen and you tab out a lot, it actually fucks up your frames. Wait, did you want to try McCree?
Wait, I don't play that. I don't play this. Huh?
I'm a meta slave. I'm a meta slave.
How much is it? 280 Hertz monitor.
3.
Don't they make 300 Hertz monitors now? They up there yet?
Bro, your eye can't even tell the difference at that point, bro.
I'm always told the difference.
Yeah, there's no difference between 60 Hertz and 144 Hertz.
Yeah, that's true.
Yeah, maybe for fucking you.
I already see.
Damn, what's that supposed to mean? What the fuck?
My eyes default are 500 Hertz, so like it doesn't matter.
Yeah, that's true.
That was kind of cool though. Like when I was in the character selection spot, it like let me go to my left screen.
Oh, this is only $2. Oh, 65.
Alright, who do they have? What do they got? What do they got?
Hard. Echo. Oh, a Widowmaker. Goodbye, Widowmaker.
Wait, she's charged though. What?
Wait. Fuck.
Oh, we have a Roadhog. It is recharge.
Oh, I need a taxi.
Someone needs to fill this saddle.
You can look at me, dude. You can look at me.
He said I'm the taxi.
Your boy needed that.
She was ready. I mean, she knew I was there. I have nothing against that.
Taxi in the hell.
Oh, fucking Widow! She jumped up when I was about to kill her. I want to see this.
Zen is in hell.
Fucking crazy.
Maybe a different angle.
God damn it, just getting pocketed.
Pocket Tsubasa. She's gonna get rest. She's gonna get rest.
Wait, one again. Fuck. I'm gonna throw up in my seat. Why are they playing around the Widow like this freely? That's not allowed. Fuck off. You two, get out.
What the fuck? He's just chasing me down.
Get out.
No.
Get out.
Yeah, I'm anyways. That's crazy.
I'm about to touch. No, he didn't let me touch.
We actually just C9 the fuck out of that.
It wouldn't let, I tried to touch after the res. It didn't let me.
We're bots. Pack it up, please. Go home.
Nah, that was not on you. That was honestly on all of us.
That was on us. Let's pack it up and go home. Wow. Whole fucking points.
Just break his shield. Watch out for the soldier in here. Damn. Damn.
Damn.
God damn, Zaddy.
Let's go.
No. Well.
She was hiding behind a fucking pole. That's a first for me.
I killed her, but the fucking soldier.
I don't know if you can you can hide behind that pole. That's crazy. She got out.
I'm gonna die.
You can stay dead.
No.
He has 2 charges. I forgot the. Today you learned something new. What'd you learn? The pole thing.
I got him with that suck.
Watch out for the Sombra. She hacking. She hacking.
She can't move.
Damage boost the suck.
Oh, she's warning. Oh, I hit one more bullet.
Right.
I'm the last soldier.
Yeah, pole saves lives from McCree. Yeah, I was not expecting that. She lived from that. It's kind of crazy. Oh, we're fucked here. We're fucked here.
He's one on you.
You don't know when to quit.
Get off, bitch. Oh, I thought she died. I was
Getting fucking pocketed. Oh, I dinked her too and it wasn't enough. Mercy heal is OP. Oh, we need to reset. She jumped down a bit too early there. Hey, Sunny.
See, one of y'all gonna help me grind all the way back to fucking silver, man.
We
This
back
is the
to
real
silver.
question.
Are you in bronze?
Chill out, bro.
Fuck. She actually did jump down too early, the tank. We need to calm him. He's not talking to us. We need to calm down. He's lost.
He's on hurt.
It's go time. Heroes never die.
She fucking did that to me. Oh my days.
Just said, oh my days.
Oh my days.
Straight up.
Hey, God, man. That's what I said. You gonna do it again.
Hold up. I got a technique I learned on YouTube. Ready?
How about that technique I also learned on YouTube? Where you're trying to glitch, you can't keep the game.
I'm just breaking the damn shield.
So turn up top. A little Bastion play? I'm with it.
That little Bastion. Oh my god, fucking Sombra's on me though.
No, dude, Sombra, me too.
Sombra's cringe.
What? He attacked me in the air?
Yeah, he can attack in the air. What the fuck?
No, he hacked me.
Oh, his hack is busted now. Sombra's getting nerfed. She deserves a nerf.
Yeah, she really does. I can't.
She actually deserves a nerf.
Well, that was.
What's up, Rose?
That was
How are you
fun.
doing, Mary? I'm playing ranked. I need one more win to get my updated placements, though. It's been rough.
That was an interesting one.
You're an interesting one.
You're a mean one.
What have you been up to today, Mary? How's life been treating you?
You really are a fool. You're as cuddly as a cactus.
I am 3 levels away from getting Kiriko.
Y'all know Yomi hates Christmas music?
I'm gonna be honest, that's the only song that I like, and the only reason I like it is because I had a solo in choir in high school, and my voice could be really deep. So
You need your Mercy skin? How close are you? Or what level is the Mercy skin,
That
rather?
weren't dying on somebody's windowsill.
They have a soldier. Dance till I dare you.
How do you hit Christmas music, bro?
I am a Grinch, bro.
You are not in my LOS.
Don't worry about
On
Genji
your what?
LOS.
Line of sight.
Fuck the Genji LOS.
Oh my god, this Junker Queen's a madman. That miss.
Just break the shield there. If you TP'd on.
Wait, I can throw my cards and my shuriken at the same time? That's broken!
Surprise.
I didn't know.
Bashing's really low. You see him.
Let's get the payload going.
Push the monkey here. Needs to counter us.
You can't hide.
Oh, could you imagine though? He was just standing there.
Let's take him to the wasteland. Heavy stone.
Oh. I miss.
Oh,
That's
she's one shot.
GG's. Honestly, with the Kiriko play, I'm not really feeling auto.
Alright, if you guys die.
Every time I'm about to shoot somebody, I just see the cards go right there.
It's like level 40 or 50. I see. Oh, I almost have ult again.
Well, be careful.
This time,
I'll kill you. Yeah.
How am I the only person on my team with a kill?
Get this fashion point. Nice.
That is shocking.
Wait, she got res?
Come back. Back faster.
Dude, with this fucking Winston wants my dick so bad.
Hey, he does.
Curiosity got the better of you.
Well, hold on. Yeah.
Dude. Oh, thank you. Never Roadhog here. Yeah, look at this guy. Look at this guy go. He got the point. Look at him go.
They all are in that room.
Yeah, right.
A well-trained shot.
That is funny. I
think Reaper's on the left over here.
Oh, I see him.
Yeah, we see him. He's low. Fuck him up, fuck him up, fuck him up. Oh, that's so good. That's so good. That's so good for us.
He's one. Okay.
Kiriko is so low.
Mercy is also low. One fucking.
Junkrat's low. If you see Junkrat, he's very low.
What, the whole team?
I fucking died.
Oh, I got a health back.
Bullshit.
Get fucked.
Watch out. Reaper's steeping up top. Arrow Man? Yeah, I'm playing Arrow Man. What up? I'm an. Thank you for shouting out Rosemary, Tally.
Somebody for a left. I got you, Deuce.
Motherfucker.
See you, chump.
Oh.
Enjoy your look, Sonny.
Reverse to our left, he teleported to our left.
Oh fuck, she got.
To the left. Not sure why. Can't get to that Junker Queen.
Oh.
What?
Oh, that's so cringe.
I'll protect you if you're rest.
Thank you very much.
Sniper them.
Molting this
Get
direction.
the room up. Very nice, very nice.
Who's broken? Recruit right click. That's insane.
Real.
I got you, dudes.
That's how the fourth take care of each other. I like that.
I got you, Deuce.
Real.
fucking hate playing Hanzo. He makes me sweat.
You're fucking monster at him, so I don't know why.
He makes me sweat.
We have to be better than these guys.
Sweat all over me.
I mean, we did better than them, honestly, if we C9'd, you know?
Yeah, we did C9 that one time.
So I'm
Hey,
confident.
Mooney.
Can we just straight rush in?
I mean, we can go with the same comp as... Oh, okay. You want Lucio?
I'll go Lucio and then I can switch if I have to.
I'm with it.
I'm gonna try to get some sleep again, but I'll be lurking. That's why you did the lurk. I hope you enjoy your lurk. Oh my god, fucking hate
That makes so much... Oh my god, I'm learning so much.
What are you learning?
Like, I used to alt-tab on full screen and, like, nothing would happen, really. Like, it was annoying as fuck. Like, the windows would still show, but it wouldn't let me go over.
Welcome to PCs.
Well, Jordan fucked me over a year ago. Play on full screen, bro.
Don't listen to Jordan for PC advice.
Jordan.
Everything's going according to plan.
That's such a cute emote, though. I need a way. I need like more animated. Can you? How many animated emotes can you actually get? I wish you could just have 50 of them. They have Bastion and Ryan.
Bash. Bad. Bad is one.
Line of sight. Need your line of sight.
I got 3.
Sometimes you just walk at them, you know?
I got the Reaper.
Oh fuck, he one-shot my ass. He's
shot
super
his
low
ass.
though, he's super low though.
One part on bad.
I'm gonna get fucked. Heal them, heal them, Q.
Can we get the payload?
I'm get off the hill. We don't have any long range healing right now.
Soldier up top, soldier up top.
True, true. Oh, I fucking took it for somebody.
I didn't mean all of that. Oh.
Shields, bitch!
Oh shit, you guys are not dying.
Fuck you.
Yeah, you guys are dying.
I mean, I have ult, I guess.
I have Valkyrie. So we have Valkyrie and Reaper ult.
Don't die, don't die, don't die, don't die.
What the fuck's going on? Why can't we just wait for the team? Why did the junker immediately go in?
GG's.
Alright, well, we shut them out for 2 minutes. Played.
He was just patient. We win that.
So turn.
Yeah, we should have just been patient. Should have just waited for the whole team before we went in.
True.
To 3. Switching sides.
Also, Junker Queen is kinda rough to play.
Select your hero.
Who did they play on attack last time? Do you guys remember? Oh, they're leaving. I'll take my free win. I'll take my free win.
Wait, 2 people on their side left. What the?
I'll take my free win.
W. Let's go. First game on, first dub.
I'll take my free win, please. 2 free wins in a day. I will take that.
Watch online.
Oh, we're in the thick of it now.
Oh, he switched to Diva. That's pretty good, actually. Please.
Vibes.
Please.
Damn.
You're gonna come out. Aimbot. You're gonna have an aimbot. Aimbot Widow.
Play honest and shoot Lucia. Can't really
Wait.
get some range on the heels.
What more does
What are their
one need?
DPS left? They have a healer?
Maybe something to drink.
I don't know who they have. They all
They
left.
all left. Wait,
Why would they do that?
what's going on?
I don't know whatever's going on, but I'll take it.
Hey, thanks for drop hacking them, whoever did it.
It was me.
On here. This might be
Wait,
cheese.
back.
This might be cheese. They might actually be here. They might be here. This might be fucking bait.
Wait, I think we're getting baited.
How?
They're coming back and forth constantly.
Yeah, I think it's to throw us off.
Just wait, yeah. Just play.
Do not die. Do not die. Oh my god.
Yeah, wait, all here now.
I have a Widow. Don't get sniped. Morris Wong.
I think I got
Yeah, but
sniped.
we don't note it.
Play back a little. We need to
Fall
play
back, fall back. She's cutting me off. Oh my god.
Oh, you're. Ooh. Okay.
What? That didn't.
Alright, Lucy boost us in.
60 seconds remaining.
I'll try to stop the point.
He was AFK.
Come on, Diva. Come on, Diva. Come on, Diva.
Not AFK right now. What is he doing? Taking.
They're not moving it.
Sorry, Reaper.
They've actually fucking baited us. We had such bad positioning because of it. We just played safe.
They're all over this payload.
Yeah, all anti. Go crazy.
Jump on the widow. Jump on the widow. Don't let me get free picks. Nice. Alright.
I got their mercy.
They don't get here. Fuck up the Zarya. Fuck up the Zarya.
Mora is alive right on the point. 1 HP. Fuck up the Zarya.
Now we can kill the Mora.
Not one
We stagger her and then it's free for us.
Okay, they can't win. Just don't let them touch. Pharah.
Soldier, no healing pad.
We actually somehow won this. What the fuck?
My Reaper killed the Pharah. What's going on?
I got OP damage.
Let's go, baby.
They actually tried to bait us. That was fucking insane.
Is that what they tried to do?
Yeah.
I think so.
I mean, they were there the whole time. Oh, this one I just fucking ulted. Boring.
Yeah, I didn't realize that was a
Alright.
good placement for me.
It's mine too.
Gold 3.
Oh, dude, this is the 4th time I've been in gold 1, man.
Skip the motherfucking rank. Let's fucking go. I'm diamond again, dickheads.
You're
Oh.
diamond again? Ah, dang.
Can't play with Zen.
Oh, should be able to.
Yeah, you can. It's diamond and gold. It's like 1,000. Remember, it was like 1,000 SR. Well, we can definitely play with them.
Yo,
I knew I would skip a rank if I just didn't lose. You're still pissed low.
DQ.
Hitsu's a shiny. Like rank wise, no, I'm bottom of the diamond 5. But like we skipped a rank though. That's what I'm happy about. I was scared it was gonna be plat 2 or plat 1 or I D rank. That's what I was scared about. I hate the new fucking Overwatch rank system.
Me too. So I was thinking about this the other day. You know, obviously Overwatch used to be 6v6. So what did they do for the league? Like, who got dropped? Like, how did they do that?
Everybody. D rank took gold.
Like, imagine you had a full team and they're like, all right, man, we can only have 1 tank, so you gotta go. That's crazy.
Oh my god. As soon as I enter a diamond lobby, I get fucking crackheads with the fucking aim. You're still. I know. I mean, compared to where I used to be, yeah. In Overwatch 1, I think I placed diamond. Get off the point! Get off the point! Get off the point! Fucking A. I goes and I'm doing pretty good. You should become a coach. Yeah, I'll become a coach. Say less. I'll retire as a diamond coach.
There you go.
Classic. The classic. Overwatch is easy.
You tangled with the wrong man.
He's so stupid. Oh my god! 2 fucking snipers just fucking me up with their miniguns. You're basically a sniper, let's be honest here.
Dude, you're sweaty.
Of course he's sweaty. He's Subasa XII. I'm back from my trip. I want to grind rank. I mean, I just want to get out of gold. I was offended they placed me in gold, but at the same time, I was happy to be placed in gold because I can climb properly again.
Push.
Yeah. We got one of them. One of them junker queens.
Getting a lot of those.
He's fun to play. I won't deny it, but. Kind of troll. Beat some DLCs, but my character on Aether Fairy is noob level still. It's incognito. What's incognito? Nutty.
Nutty?
My stream. My browser. Yeah. I was offended to be placed in bronze. I would be too. But I get it. It's a new game. They wanted to reset things. How high am I gonna grind though? Probably not high. I don't want to waste life playing this game. But for now it is fun. That's the cool thing about it. It's fun. So. Though I will admit I've been getting a Valorant itch again.
Oh
no.
Behind us, over here. There's a Kiriko.
For DPS set up.
Oh, they have a Widow. Careful. Oh my god.
Goodness.
Kill the Zarya. Kill the Zarya here. Genji's low.
Bro, this Widow wants you to support ass.
You don't know when to quit.
I can't get you up there, Brody.
Fine, I got two. That was my priority. I'm the best bronze in the business. My Reaper gets kills, bro. I felt that. Connect over to the kind of connect.
We got people that are gonna flank us, man.
Oh
This
yeah,
jumper
yeah.
queen needs to back up. I'm watching our flank.
Oh, you
use.
meant healing? Daddy.
Haircut, no cleanse. Oh, I can't afford this. What the? Oh, it's just perfect. Just like this.
Also, Widow angle.
Got the Mercy. Ayy. Watch out for the Kiriko on the corner there. He died to poison gas.
Dust off the boots.
Kiriko thinks she's a DPS, I swear.
Yeah.
He does. He does.
Low key flanking on Kiriko is pretty good.
Yeah, you can always TP out. That's the best part.
Oh no, Widow got me with a good one.
Damn, this person's doing damage right now.
Dude, Orisa is just fucking on me the whole time.
You have no heals right now? That Widow kicked me off.
I got fucking heal pocketed.
Actually, yeah, so
You're taking the robot.
I am a sniper.
Not exactly what I expected.
I think Jeffrey's bringing out the other spawn.
He's just changing.
Oh my god, he's so low. Can I get heals?
Are you fucking serious?
Yeah, that Widow's good.
We need to prioritize her. If she's literally just looking backline the entire game.
Damn, I was coming. Damn, he got to the poison again.
Oh.
Don't let them take another step.
Oh wow. Oh my god!
I'm gonna die here. I did not die there. You TP to me. Let's go. Alright, that works. That's a good trick.
That's it. You guys ready?
After getting a nano
Go
up.
crazy, go crazy, go crazy.
You keep on.
It's time.
Feels like sewing, huh?
He's really low.
Where'd the monkey go?
He's on the point. Oh fuck, we're dead.
Oh, I tried to sleep him. Damn.
No fucking way.
Kirko lived. So unlucky. That's why she's so busted though. She can just fight the whole time and then TP when she's almost dead.
Eyes sharp this time.
They got forward spawn.
They just got it though, so.
Spawn. Oh, shit.
We can fuck them up. They should be out of place here.
We got them backing up. We got them backing up. Oh, we cannot let that happen.
What happened? Do there?
The mercy res.
Oh, the res.
I didn't touch the heal pack? That's cap.
No. I watched you walk around.
We have to back off here.
They still haven't seen my.
Oh, you TP'd to me.
Took the robot. Don't let it move a single
That's
step.
fine. Reset.
Mercy on call. Don't let them catch up. They're pushing the barricade.
Force a TP.
See, if y'all would just sit here and fucking heal me. God damn.
Your team has lost the lead.
All patched up. The enemy has the lead.
That's even
The lead back.
How the fuck does she know?
Bro, why am I fighting for my life? I'm switching.
Mercy's long.
Death ain't on my doorstep.
Soldier's insane.
Haven't had enough.
Don't let them take another step.
Oh, healthy might come back.
No, fuck off.
Dude.
Horizon.
No, that's not you. That's just fucking cringe.
This ends now.
This is crazy.
Where was
No.
He gets way too much free value. We need to Zen. She's getting way too much free value. So Reese is walking around like she owns the map.
She really is. She's like.
Enjoy your lurk, Tally.
They're pushing on us. Reese are very low. Never mind.
Point. Keep fighting on the point.
Oh my god. She always gets a res. I cannot kill her fast enough to stop that.
Push after you.
Fucking Orisa on my dick. God damn.
What to mitigate that? Zenyatta.
Zenyatta, yeah. Zenyatta's literally it.
Oh wow, I was about to push this in.
Zen and Reaper, honestly.
They're so close.
You got ult again? Are you shitting me?
I mean, she just got a
Get on
lot
it,
of
get
free
on
shit.
it, no.
We can't do anything about Zen. We know Zen is
You
a
tank diff so fucking hard, man.
Of course, the tank blames the DPS stuff. You know how it goes.
It's hot. Why am I hot all of a sudden?
Same.
Can you D-rank from Diamond? You can, right? You can go back down.
1000%.
I guess Sojourn's pretty good against her too. Orisa with the Zenyatta. Or Bastion. Because she's just standing there. She's pretty immobile.
I'll be right back.
God damn, Kree has a big forehead.
Oh wait, send us in something first.
This man's forehead is massive.
With these upgrades, they don't stand a chance.
Dude. Okay, I'm deafened. How are you guys doing? What's going on? I am thirsty. I feel like I need to pee. But I still feel like I am very thirsty. And I think it's because it's super hot in my room. So. That's my vibe right now. I'm fucking sweating my ass off. This Genji skin is something else. Like, it's a good Genji skin. I just don't like it. Hold on, let me ask him what he feels. How was work today, though? I got almond milk, Poggies. Almond milk is pretty good. What's in the bottle? What's in the bottle? This right here. Liquid gold. What do you feel about the new Genji skin?
Ew.
Do you like it?
Oh shit, he bad.
Yeah. Compared to other stuff, I think I would just use other stuff. Work is pretty normal.
I never miss my mark.
Oh my god. I cannot do enough damage to compete with that. There's really no way unless I'm free charge.
Nice.
Hit him up, knock him down. You had a gun.
Oh my god.
Ugh, I missed. I'm telling you that McCree skin's literally incognito. Oh, I didn't see my skin. I don't know what skin I was using. I see. It's so cringe.
As long as you still die.
But imagine in a game though when I get proper heals.
Diving faster.
Chew on that. It's hand.
Got the kill. It's literally a get out of jail free card. Like I miss all my shots, but I got a grenade.
I don't know if get out of jail free card counts because it fucking kills the person. It kills the other person.
Like you just miss everything and it kills. That's the best part.
They don't get to see the end of that transaction. They're just gone.
Unless they get like pocketed. But that's something
Get out
else.
of free jail. Get out of free card. Fucking gun. The gun.
Needs to fill this out.
It's the kill card.
Things were a lot simpler when I was robbing banks for the deadlock game.
I was hitting the shots though, but that much.
You're slow.
It's a game, girl.
That's funny. Soldier 76 said the same thing. Winky face.
The corner in this room is pretty good as well.
Learned a lot from my experiences.
I'm in calling you to
Winky face.
5, 4, 3,
Thanks, Doc.
Should have played Ash.
attackers incoming.
Got a monkey out here.
I think they have a widow.
They got a diva.
I'm getting out of this. They have a.
You're playing the other room.
Diva can get him back. Yeah.
Where's the door?
Still there.
You're back.
No, they switched to Hanzo. something.
I thought they had both.
Oh my god, so much effort to fucking hit that shot. Oh, Hanzo's going crazy. Trying to get that mech.
Hanzo hit you.
Yeah.
You got a mech back though. Here we got though.
Don't forget.
He's super low.
Don't forget them.
You can't shoot them through that. That's crazy. We were gonna do some Azure Lane dailies. I mean, yeah, big. Gotta do my laundry.
Azure Lane, bro.
He was out of position.
Oh, Lucio.
Got out of mech.
This character is not balanced.
He's not.
No,
He is not. Better than Genshin? I feel that. Oh, he's almost died. I fucking messed that up.
Oh. I haven't put money in what the hell. Alright, you're down the.
Bro, I fucking hate you, bro. What's wrong with this bitch? Got run over.
Couldn't fucking kill
I
her.
got nothing else. Oh shit.
Oh, that's not good.
Couldn't kill her.
A little less.
I don't know how to say thank you.
No!
Like when it's so balanced, it's so very balanced. It's so very balanced.
Oh, it's so close to getting back in mech.
Don't overstep the boundaries there, sir. I'll kill you still. Oh yeah, give me that. Give me that. Give me that.
Get behind me. I'll take it.
She took me out. What the
Damn.
That happens. Oh shit, Mercy, bless your soul. Sure, this game is not losable. Surely it's not.
All it takes is one stagger. Careful. That's it.
Ooh, bless your soul. We just chill in the corner here. Yeah.
Goofy all. Goofy all alt. Boost the suck.
Let you get off that healing
Boost
pad,
the
sir.
suck. Boost the suck. Boost the suck.
Who's up?
Fucking knew it.
Hurt someone.
It's a bomb, bro.
I took it. I just felt it, I guess. Sometimes you just feel it. That's crazy.
Oh, damn.
Fuck that bomb up.
They got off the point. T-Niners. Oh, they come back. Get off. Stay away from them. Stay away from the point.
Roof balls.
I don't want to get root pearl tip. I don't blame them.
Bless you, Ren. I appreciate the pocket.
They'd rather lose than watch you get play of the game. That's elite hate.
Yeah, they'd rather. No, this grenade is fucking balanced. Hey, bless, bless, bless. Thank you. I mean, I knew she was going on point. That's why I started doing the right click thing, see if I can catch her while she was running to it. But then she got on point already. Don't you love it when someone pockets you? Just so fucking feels so nice.
Take care of each other out there.
Hit the Clippers winning.
What?
Oh no, frames. Frames. What happened to my frames?
I don't.
Yeah, you would pocket me? Oh shit. Curse. Can you pocket me in top lane? They have Moira, Lucio, Diva.
What is that melody?
Sojourn? That's what I saw? No, it's Bastion, actually. And Sojourn.
Oh, my Matrix is out. I'm tripping.
I got you, Big Daddy.
Diva low, Diva low.
Alright, they're coming
around. I'm getting high ground here.
God
God damn.
That Bastion pick is so annoying. Kill that motherfucker.
She lives. She has no HP. Just auto her. Just kill her.
I can't see her, bro.
I think she lived with 20 HP. Not even God could do that. I was up bold. We break her out of mech. I have ult here.
Might have to get. Oh, one shot. Oh, they're fucking back. Give me pop. Yeah, Mercy. Yeah, Mercy. Pocket that baby Diva. Let's go.
This Mercy the fucking super hero.
Baby Diva.
I fucking love this Mercy right now.
Yeah. This Mercy's a fucking super hero.
Thanks, fucking D.
Shot. I didn't even know what happened there. I died. Bless you.
Fuck out of here, bitch. Fuck out of here. GG. Fucking Hitsuga, 11k. Nice.
Let's see it. Let's see. You still got the play. Let's see it.
I have no idea what it is. Oh.
No,
They were
it's sorry. You just fucking. Yeah, you're just bursting them down. Like, this corner is so fucking free. I was getting pocketed though. That's why I have 11k. Yeah, that Mercy was.
He was mommy as fuck.
They play Mercy. Fucking dashing around. I'll be the NXT. Yeah, William is so sexy. Oh, fucking kill. Sexy as fuck. I can't open my door. What are they talking about?
William, you getting goated in Kyle's, Leo's chat. Wow, William is so sexy.
Sexy.
What's new?
Cursorino.
Oh, Cursorino-chan.
Cursorino.
Cursorino-chan.
There's Hera.
I said, let's see if I can hit Diamond tonight as the stream title, and did it. Built dick. You throw us in some?
Hello. I don't know. I know people say McCree's not that good right now, but I feel like if you can hit the headshots, it doesn't matter.
What is that melody?
Is that melody?
That's like my favorite thing on TikTok right now.
Fucking TikTok mix. Playbook card.
Yeah, it'll be like, yeah.
I think that mix in the in my Discord.
What is that melody?
I'm honestly so glad I skipped 2 ranks. Fucking hate this stupid ass ranking system.
I fucking
so much.
Did you rank to gold too?
I D-ranked to gold 3 because we lost 20 games last time we played.
You got it from losing 20?
Oh god.
That's
We didn't
crazy.
lose. No. I didn't get it from losing 20.
Oh,
Finished.
yeah.
Thing.
Okay, I was about to say, that's nuts.
We got damn near close.
Honestly, McCree and Zen are probably my favorites to play. A lot of people dislike them at the moment. I know I keep saying McCree, but you guys know what I mean. I know Cassidy is, Hi, boo. My phone died. It's still charging.
I've been streaming for an hour, and I just realized
5%
that my
right
sound
now.
was not even on. That's crazy.
How are you? Holy fuck, that scared me. That's the point.
Someone needs to fill this saddle.
That's the point.
Particle cannon on
But McCree is, or Cassidy is really strong as long as you can hit the headshots. He's more of one of those characters. He gets a get out of jail free card. But the weakest thing about him is his ult. Funnily enough. It's hard to set up a proper ult. No wrong redemption. Gotta work.
Wow.
One more mission. I'm in.
Hey, there it is. Shinderu.
I feel like a clown.
Oh, I fell. I missed my jump. Sorry, I'm lowering the GPS.
Oh, if I just fucking killed it right there.
Wait. Why did
I'm not hitting my shots. I heard that.
What's up to do? Fuck.
Alright, this is worth. It's 1 for 1 right now. I'm gonna switch it.
I got there.
Top window. Even the top
I'm
window.
It's
What?
It's even right now, or not anymore. But
Oh boy.
I'm soon there. Hide if you need to. Hide if you need to.
D.Va.
I got the D.Va.
Nice. You have a healer with you. Just keep Kyle alive.
But we go in hard. Keep healing me.
I don't have him suck. I don't have suck.
That's
Need
fine.
suck.
We got a lot of charge there. Yeah, you're working overtime today. That's right.
D.Va full top behind.
Keeping up to follow her. Got out of mech. I'm leaving her baby D.Va. I got the Kiriko. I'm doing this Reaper.
Kill her now. She's staggered enough.
Yeah, go to hell. Go to hell now. Time to go to
Woo. I'm diamond again, Sophia. I ranked up. I did it. I did my mission for the day.
Soldier's movement just so lit. Give it to me.
Busted. That's what she is. I have an Ash now.
Ah! God damn.
Oh. Do it
She
too,
literally
baby.
waited
I can
waited
do
till I
it too,
started
baby.
resin to throw it.
I can do it too.
That's
You
pretty
dead, right?
smart, actually.
It was, but can I get a taxi?
Yeah, I'll come here.
Let's go. Those are my favorite kind of people.
Good job, honey. Curse. What up? Make sure you're sleeping okay and helping yourself.
Ash was one. Death is in yellow now.
Oh, I couldn't kill him. He was so low, I missed.
Mora's
Got
one.
him. Where's one?
Zen's one.
What else you got?
Hey, they're so good. Good shit.
After we got humbled by that Arista team, we just been flying.
I mean, we weren't ready for proper counters against the Arisa.
Go time.
No. Hopefully Zarya, if this Zarya bubbles me, I'll res you, but I don't think she will.
Tell her to. Res Marty. You can res me.
Nah.
Nah. Oh yeah. Oh yeah. Y'all making me want to get the pistol like a little battle mercy.
Yeah, fuck it. You can stay in the spawn for all I care.
Sorry,
Yeah, they can just stay there. They can just stay in the spawn. That's fantastic.
That's tough. That's tough. You didn't even get to get out.
Unfortunate.
What is that melody? What is that melody? These voices.
You guys are such dorks. What the fuck?
Just do it!
What is that
Don't let your
melody?
dreams be dreams. Yesterday you said tomorrow. So just do it. Make your dream come true. Nothing is impossible. Just do it.
Anyone see the latest episode of Chainsaw Man?
I can't heal you if you strike.
Well, fuck you. I'm not spoiling them.
I read the manga.
But you have
My boy Denji
But
did
on
it.
Twitter, I saw he finally touched some boobies on Twitter.
My boy Denji did it. Oh, I'm so proud of him. I'm so happy for him.
That's his name, Denji?
Yeah, Denji.
Like,
power.
those panels, like, when it first came out, just looked so, like, I thought they were fake because he just kept saying he wanted to touch titties. And then I found out they were real.
You gotta... Damn, what the fuck
Whose
is
titties
this?
are real?
Mine, you want something?
I got rid of his stupid turret.
Can I touch him?
No, Will took me for a wild ride.
It'd be funny
shit.
if I just walk onto this point
Ah,
by
I get this
myself and start
torp.
capturing on my own. Like, that would be just so funny if I just started capturing this point by myself right now.
Game's over. End it.
Like, that'd just be so funny, wouldn't it?
Are they that bad?
Wouldn't that just be so fucking funny?
No way, they're
Wouldn't that just be funny if I just did that? What the fuck? They just let me do that.
Robots. Oh my god.
Let's go! Let's go! I never see a Mercy play. Let's see it. It's the res.
right in front of everybody.
Let's go.
Doing nothing? Yeah? Yeah?
There we go.
Let's go! Whole lot of nothing.
Playing in Teletubby Low. I'm surprised no one did anything. Not even the Moira. I thought the Moira's gonna turn around to look at me.
DQ. Come here.
DQ?
Yeah.
Huh?
You about to go look, watch this.
Are you silver or gold yet?
Nah, chill out, bro.
What?
Nah, my healer is, bro.
Hills is full, bruh.
Nah, chill out, bro. Go play tank, bro. You like tank so much, bro.
Oh god.
I do like tank, but if you bronze in other aspects, I don't know. I don't think I'm gonna get the healed. You know what I'm saying?
I'm gonna sit. We can just do pharmacy, nigga.
My diva crazy. It needs to be pumped.
Fair Mercy is
I
bad.
definitely don't touch you on. No, pharmacy's goated.
Nah, you guys are thinking from a controller's perspective.
No, I've done it on here. When I did all my placements, I did them all with farm, and I'm gold.
That's why you're gold.
Well, you started gold too.
And now I'm not. I can talk shit.
Let me hop on damage 4 game so I can pull out this far. I will take far slander. Best DPS in the game.
Oh no, now you're just reading.
You're just doing propaganda.
It's obviously Symmetra.
I was a big Symmetra main back in the day. When double shield was a thing, you just charged that thing, you never lost ammo because shields charged it. It was
Grow up.
double shield was just so bad. I take goats.
I'm not hitting my shots anymore.
I like goats.
If I'm not hitting my shots anymore, I think it's time to play Reaper.
It's time for you to switch off, and I'm about to go play far on damage.
Sound like somebody about to be a tank, man.
Yo, you good, bruh?
What? Sometimes I tell you I'm better than you, nigga. The fuck?
I'm about to get TOS.
I've never been bronze.
Look, bro, I'm bronze because I play this bitch by myself.
I play by myself, and I've never been bronze.
Look, bro, the people I play with, bro, like nobody's business. In the last game,
it's never you though. Never you. It's
Ah,
always the people.
no, nigga, what the fuck? I'm golden, nigga.
Yummy, gold isn't my peak, by the way. My peak is diamond.
I'm saying I'm golden because I'm.
No, I'm telling you, you'll never hit diamond. That's what
Yo.
What you mean? I'm fucking competitive, nigga.
Link one of those replays. Let's have a group analysis session.
Yeah. Yeah. Link a replay.
Replay.
Send one of your old games and we'll watch. And we'll be like, was it really
an
his
old
team?
game?
Yeah, you can show like your 10 most recent games. You can watch your 10 most recent games.
Bro, what? You can do that?
Yeah, he didn't even know that. You don't be watching film.
Did you just say watch film?
Neo, I know. Don't worry though.
You gotta watch film.
I'm not. Hopefully no TOS.
This is not no basketball, football, not. Absolutely not. I'm sorry.
That's how you get better, by watching film, bro.
Okay.
That's why you bronze. You think it's a game. It ain't a game. Overwatch a lifestyle. It's not a game.
You're about to make me throw up.
Your ranking made me throw up, bitch.
Fucking killer. See here. What's up, guys? How are you doing, Neo?
Eyes sharp this time.
I'm big chilling.
More of that fucking Kiriko music on my splash.
Oh god. I'm not used to these push maps, to be honest. Also, I'm not hitting my shots. I'm playing Reaper.
I don't like the mode. I'm gonna be honest. I don't.
Hey, dudes, what are we doing this weekend?
I'm going to Columbus.
Bro, what?
Unless you're trying to do something Friday.
Bro, I will be drunk, all right, every day this goddamn week.
Is it TOS?
I'll do something Friday with you. Saturday, I'm going to Columbus though.
All right, bet.
I got tired of everybody in Cincy being lame, so I'm like.
Nah, I mean, since he just
no, I didn't
weird.
say Cincy was lame. I'm saying everybody, like every time I ask people to do something, nah, bro, I'm staying in with my girl.
Who's your favorite hockey team?
I was like,
Yeah,
alright.
that shit.
Hey, that shit lit.
I mean, that's lit. If you got one, I ain't got one, so I don't want to sit at home while you.
I blame you and your cat girl for getting me addicted to FF again. Final Fantasy? Is that what you're talking about?
I ain't got a girl. I want to do something. So, ain't enough people in Columbus that like to do shit. Friday, I got you. If you gotta move.
My names are dropping, actually. Like, actually.
Move is to stay away from Rosedale and any
fair,
bar like Rosedale. Bro, I do not fuck with standing around and talking to people I don't know when I can't even hear music, bro.
And why blame me? Because your cat girl's insane, Neo. Have you seen your cat girl? I haven't seen.
Fill this out.
I'm just assuming Sierra has.
Even breaks.
But crazy about since I don't even be asking you nothing crazy, but hey, y'all trying to go this somewhere and watch sports? Nah, bro. I'm just staying with my girl. Watch anime. Killing
Dead.
Who says that?
Zenyatta OP.
Johnson?
Zenyatta more OP.
Just saying, watching anime with my girl.
No, not anime with their girl. They either say they staying in watching anime, or they staying in with their girl. That's what I'm saying. All right, we gotta switch them up. Look at them using Far right after Leah was bashing her. You know, she ain't doing shit. She only got 800 damage.
She died instantly.
Yeah, she's not. I mean, that's not a good power up, but.
I think we just need to get going. I think we just need to get started.
Oh my god. Yeah, we were very distracted at the start, to say the least.
I was locked in.
I was locked in. I don't know.
I definitely was not.
Some guy named Hitsuga ran out there and got picked right away, though.
That was Zen!
I know. I'm just...
They have a Mud Boy. They're not Mud Boy. They have Vincent.
Being cringe.
Alright, I got Valkyrie for the next brawly fight.
Why am I game close to change right now?
Calling it. Winston's too comfortable calling. Oh, hey.
Got it.
Damn it.
This Zenny's focus him.
It's so stupid that you can get him like that. Farrah going ulti. Farrah ulti. Wait, did she live that? There's no shot she lives that.
In the back.
Go! Supporting with Kyle. We take care of each other back here.
That's right. That's right.
Take care of me.
Well, we in it. We're in it. Ah!
Yeah, I don't know where y'all is, but we was in it.
I was a safe distance away, 50 HP.
Nah, me and Deuce have that synergy. I don't know. I don't know about y'all.
Facts.
Can't heal each other.
me and Deuce got that synergy, bro.
I was resin Zarya. He hit me with that Kamehameha blast. That shit was lit.
It was lit.
Oh my god, please. My aim is so off now.
What happened?
Ben's one.
He's washed. He hit Diamond, now he's washed.
He hit Diamond turn 1. He got too confident.
Yeah.
That's a good curse. He throws every game after he ranked up.
Yeah, that's true. That's actually true.
Moment too big. Pissed down my legs.
Ask William about his league diamond placements.
Guys, I have a question for you.
How is his hitbox
I
so
have an
good?
answer for you.
Why do cows have hooves and feet?
The lead is within our grasp. Let us proceed.
What?
Oh my god, I'm dead.
Why do cows?
I have ult as well. That's so cringe.
Because they lack toes.
They lactose?
Yeah.
Fuck.
They really bring up my ranked matches.
I'm just confused because Leah told me Far was ass. Okay. And
Yeah, keep me alive and I can ult her out of the sky.
Alright, bet. I'll get off Will. I'm on you.
Yeah.
Alright, come on.
Too bad I can't really do anything right now. I'm not hitting shots anyways.
That's crazy.
Enemy team is pushing forward.
Yeah, that's tough. I really hate that that just happened. He said it, and then he
Go. Lucio first.
Play of the game.
Oh my god.
Yeah, I do want to point out this still means nothing. Far as a good character.
No, she's not.
I mean, she's good. Come on, she's good.
No.
I'm a Farah stan.
He said that about Reaper too.
I did say that about Reaper.
You said Reaper wasn't good?
I said he's situational.
I agree with that actually.
But he's a bit more than situational. He's kind of broken is what he is.
Well, right now, yeah.
Oh, low.
Oh, I'm dead. No, I'm not. Take my shot. That'd be kind of crazy.
God damn, who is he?
Goodbye. It's so stupid.
That double support all lit.
Ugh.
No.
I got her.
Oh, okay, they have a Lucio. I was like, how did he get in my face so fast?
He lives. We're low. Oh, fuck. He's going on me?
Get fucked.
Taxi! trail by 9 meters.
At least we're winning, I guess.
Yeah.
Safe. Very good.
Hello there.
You ready?
Or you can send this game. Just wait for them. They're not here yet, so. Farrah definitely has ult. That's why she doesn't switch.
No.
There it is. Genji's low. Genji's low. He's on you guys.
Dude,
they're on.
Did they only use far out?
we gotta be more aware of this far, man.
I mean, I called it.
You did call it.
Good call.
You did. Maybe still dying to it.
Yeah, because I'm not paying attention to where she is.
That's fair away.
You got first heal.
To be fair, her ult is like a free kill. Like she dies in it, but like it is like a free kill.
Genji's looking for an ult, I think.
Didn't he just do it? I think he just used it like 2 seconds ago. Yeah, like.
Genji's low. Genji's low. Genji's really low.
Far in this guy. Far in this guy. Far in this guy.
Rest will.
I can't. The power's on me, and that's what I was kind of saying. She's behind. I might switch. Might go Ana.
Yeah, I don't.
After I get this Valkyrie up, I might go Ana.
Maybe a different angle.
That's solo or third. Solo or third.
I got Valkyrie.
Reinhardt ulted, right?
I'm gonna pop it to push. Yeah, he just used it. I'm popping it to push. Let's get crazy. Damage boost.
He's one.
Crazy damage boost. Damage boost. I'm not getting the tick. Shoot, just shoot. I'm pushing this far. Hold on.
Nothing to shoot. What are you talking about?
No.
Why me, dude? Dog.
We just asked that push. I noticed both of our losses are push.
I think so. Nothing's not hitting shots.
No.
Brenda, yeah. This Lucio's on me in the back. Hold on. I gotta try to sleep him. Lucio taking a nap behind.
Kill him. Just kill him.
Okay. He's dead. He's dead. I just slapped him and started shooting at y'all getting heal y'all.
Oh yeah, that's fine.
He was in my face, being annoying.
Alright, so we
Alright,
have.
gotta win it. I almost got Nano though with her.
Reinhardt's coming to contest.
Yeah, they got forward spawn
Where
this
the fuck
time.
is she?
I got the healer. I got
Oh
the
my
healer.
god.
That's huge. No, Gigi on me in the back.
They're both flanking.
Oh, that was huge, man.
Get the Farrah.
That was fucking huge. You have no heals, no heals. Fuck. That was a big play.
Genji has ult again.
Got the robot. Let's move.
Genji dies. Easy. Watch out for the Farrah though.
Yeah, I see.
Just one.
Bit early. Just off the boots.
Watch the
Get on point. Get on point. No one's on point.
Well, the Diva threw her bomb, so the tank couldn't be there. She was baby Diva.
Yeah,
I
know.
And I'm Ana, so
Yeah.
I wasn't trying to go first, but. This is right when he told me pocket me and I'll kill the farm.
That boop is what fucked them.
It really did.
Why would he boost you higher? Why would he elevate you?
Say less. I'm not hitting shots, but my frames are really weird.
Levitate, 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 levitate.
Oh, is that the in-game?
Get you high like this.
It is in-game. I wonder where that music was from.
No one get you high like this. We won't get you high like this.
Ganji is so fun. So these gold credits, how do you get them? Besides buying them?
You buy them.
Is there no other way we get them?
No.
How the fuck am I supposed to do anything? I guess there's weekly challenges.
You buy it.
Complete 4 weekly challenges to get 30 coins. That can't be real. I mean, it is real, but it's so dumb. Get some rest, Tyler. You sleep well. Thank you for hanging out.
Night
Yeah, I hope you feel better. Hopefully the weather's better too. But we both know it's not. Hey bots, add me on Discord. It's so cringe. Yeah, you sleep well, Tally. Thank you for hanging out, stopping by.
You be in my
Make sure to start my team actually. Maybe. We'll see though.
See you, chump.
It's such a stupid redemption, but I'm so glad I turned it into something. Such a stupid redemption, but it's just so fucking funny. For me at least. I love it. I love it. See you, chump. It makes me laugh. Yeah, it does. It does. It does. It's a fun redemption. I like it.
Hey, throw us in some? I bet the game starts faster.
I'm browsing real quick, bro. Chill out.
No.
Sideboard Dragon.
You must make an ally of your fear.
Who's ready for
I'll eat your ass.
Hey, yo. Who's ready for Ramatra?
Did I ever play Cyber Dragon? Probably not.
Just me?
I don't play things, so.
I'm ready for him. I mean, his character design looks cool. I don't know about his kit yet. I want a Demon. Y'all heard of Demon yet?
Demon?
Yeah.
No.
Yeah, I'm gonna send her character design on in the Discord. I want it. She's from the Diva lore. She looks cool as fuck.
Can't escape.
After game or like right now?
Much lies in store. Let us see to it.
Are you showing it right now?
Oh yeah, I'm saying it right now. Sorry. I'm
Okay.
going to it right now.
Make sure you're ready. Who knows
Okay.
what we'll find out there.
Listen.
Yuna? So it's like another Diva tech.
Yeah,
That's
but it's
kind of
sword-
fire. Yeah, but she has a sword and shield instead.
Yeah.
That's interesting. Does she have defense matrix too? Because technically, why not?
Technically, why not? Yeah. That'd be interesting. Yeah, because they did say in Overwatch 2 they care less about sharing abilities. That was a thing on Overwatch 1, why they said they were so like hesitant on making new people. So they didn't want to share abilities.
They have a Hanzo that just fucked me up earlier.
Hanzo's one.
I'm putting pressure to Ryan Shield. About to eat some fire strikes.
He's getting pocketed right now.
Ate his first one.
Oh, I got.
Oh shit.
I walked into a hammer. I walked into a hammer.
Oh, what are you doing up here?
Oh god.
Oh.
Alright, we reset.
A lot of them. Be careful.
No. Oh, you got that in my head now.
you get it?
It's fire strike though. Ryan shouldn't have ult anytime soon.
Oh.
Ate that one. He's so.
I got Hanzo'd. Probably at Sonic Arrow.
Wait, should we wait for? Oh, okay. Actually, that's trade.
I killed their Mercy. I killed their Mercy.
We go big. We go big. Zoom in.
I mean, I'm going, but I'll go.
Hanzo can't get any pockets anymore. Fuck him up.
I'm pushing. I'm going. Baptiste. Yeah, I'm going. Hanzo. I mean, his arrow. Just shoot him. Just suck him. Yeah. All right, right now.
Fucking jump right slow.
Is this? Oh god. The spam. It's coming.
If you're not being toxic when playing D.Va, what you doing? You know. That's the best part about her.
Hanzo's trying to.
It's like she knows she's in a video. Like when she died, she goes, yeah, this Hanzo's actually a fucking monster.
Putting him out. Dude, what the fuck? I hope he had a Sonic arrow there.
Ooh! What the fuck? How'd he find me?
That's what I'm saying!
That's actually insane.
Me and the Junkrat traded.
But he's gonna get res.
They ulted. So many ults.
Let them ult.
Ryan, even though Ryan should have ult soon, he hasn't ulted yet.
Whoa, hold on.
Yeah, he's getting a little aggro a little bit.
Alright, I'm here. I'm into this. Let's kill them all. Oh my god.
Alright, no dragon. We ain't gotta worry about Hanzo ult.
Sus ult. Oh no, we lost. What do you mean?
Sus ult. You talking about?
Oh my god, our girl ulted. I didn't realize how it.
Alright, he has no immortality, so I'm gonna use it here.
Shoot.
Get baited. Get actually baited. Stagger, don't kill. Yeah, stagger. That's what I'm doing right now.
Now.
Like we gotta stagger her a little longer too. Okay. Alright, bomb again. There it is.
Oh, I got fucking blend, but it wasn't able to do anything there. Alright, now I the Hanzo.
Is all I have.
Hanzo, how's your service?
Don't let the Mercy res him.
She's not close to him at all. Mercy heals so much in Valkyrie. Holy shit.
How is he alive?
Mercy res.
Put some pressure on that Ryan chip. Junk. Yeah. Ate that fire check. Come on, dude. Get baited. No res for you, Mercy. No res for you. Can you keep me up? Oh.
I just got back. I'm sorry.
You're good. I was trying to punish the Mercy res and shit. You're good. I'm gonna do a dance with this Hanzo. I need to get back.
Oh my god, I just got that. Got fucking rage.
Grote, I believe in the Grote invulnerability. That was a bit too
time to be cancer.
Once again, I set forth.
That's what I like to see.
Classic.
Why are you following me? Why are you up here? Hanzo's super low.
Deuce, why are you so bad at D.Va, bro?
What?
Huh?
What are you actually talking about?
Bro, you heard me, bro.
You just be talking.
I do, bro. I be talking straight facts, nigga.
No.
That's what
Because if you knew D.Va, you know I'm not playing a bad D.Va at all.
Bro, play a absolute.
Oh, he fucking ulted, solo ulted me!
Alright, let's get one more fight.
Wait, they were dead though. You were just chilling there?
No, I'm not chilling. I'm here. I was gonna leave though.
It is not my
Oh, I killed like 2.
I don't think I can win this. It's just me and Moira here.
I killed 2 of them earlier though.
Yeah, but we lost a lot too. Yeah, it's literally just me and Moira. Oh, you're there? I didn't know you were there. That's not good, man.
He's gonna get rezzed.
Fucking random one top.
Alright, I got Hanzo.
Good no res. Pretty good.
Yeah, Mercy no res too.
I cannot give
I'm about to.
Just go crazy here.
It's so annoying.
Will's fire.
Call your focus. Yeah, call
I'm
your
about to
focus.
die this Ana. I'm about to die this Ana. The Ana's dead.
Whoever's low, yell their name.
Yeah, okay.
Get this guy off. Don't.
Right. Oh.
Point again. Touch the point again. Touch the point.
Hey, I'm on. I'm here. They just. Oh, man.
You need to get the Mercy. Cool. Hit him one more time.
Nice. I couldn't get it. Couldn't get it.
See, I'm mad that I bought this fucking game and ain't nobody playing it, bruh.
What game?
Game.
Call of Duty.
You bought it?
I don't know why you bought that. That game sucks ass.
I'll play it after this.
Will, just like that? No LGs, y'all just
It's too
playing
late
Pop
now,
after
William.
this?
I'm about to roll up. I'm about to roll up and watch some TVs. Before. Hey, William, you work out in the morning?
No, not tomorrow.
You want to?
Fuck it. One time.
Shit.
What happened to the era of LGs? Like,
Work out at 6.
I mean, I'm probably gonna wake up at like 6:30. But
Can't do it.
Nah, I probably have. We have to be there at 6:30.
We have to be done. Where?
No, we have to be there at 6:30.
What? No matter what, I need to be home by 7.
Actually, if he's playing this Hanzo.
You said by what time?
7:15. Have to shower.
You have to be home by 7:15.
Yeah. 7:30. We can do 7:30.
Good lord. Okay.
I
work at 8.
my own arrows.
Oh, you work at 8. I work at 9.
Yeah, I gotta take a shower.
Damn.
Oh, it goes so early.
They got a Ryan Daddy.
You have to be at work at 8 every day.
Widow Hanzo, double sniper.
Grab, when you gonna join us, bro?
Don't work. The schedule at our work.
What you mean, bro?
Shit was ass.
Nah, bro, you just gotta. I promise you, you get. If you just do it, you'll get more energy. It's just gonna suck for like a week. You just gotta embrace the suck.
Behind, Hanzo behind.
I got him.
You got a Bastion now?
I'm so wrong.
Mercy no res because you just used it on the run.
He pinned me.
Man.
Oh god. Unfortunate.
Bro.
Mercy dead. No healers here? Okay, I'm leaving.
Oh fuck! There's a fucking. I walked into Reinhardt. Just chilling there.
Your end is within my reach.
This time, I will be sharper.
Oh shit, we're washed. Look at us, dead DPS, all the way over here.
I'll find them. Marked by the dragon.
You cannot escape.
Unerring precision.
Ryan, let them have. Mean this shit, I mean it.
Forged in the dragon's breath.
Forged in the dragon's breath.
Scanning.
Alright, so we have support, ults, and that is it. Right.
Oh yeah.
Alright, fall back a little bit. Run out of position. Huge. I got you, I'm protected.
Let's go. Making sure she doesn't res here.
You're not leaving. Come on.
I am restored. Scanning.
Alright, let's just do that for 2 more minutes, you know? Light work, 2 more minutes.
Get that.
He knows. It's like he always has a dragon
I think
Sonic.
he's about to shatter. He's playing really aggro. Like, he doesn't give a fuck about his shield, none of that.
Oh, they just chased me
giving
down.
him shield
They
break,
chased me
though.
down on top.
Oh, I'm anti, I'm falling out.
They're low.
I'm back. I go crazy on him then. You see that Mercy back?
We
I go
got.
crazy
Don't
on
let
him.
her rest. Don't let her rest.
No, the nano.
Their forces.
Ain't gotta
Can
worry
you
about
back
the
off at all?
rest.
Can you back off at all?
Me?
Yes.
Probably. I can try.
Yeah, just back off.
They're gonna move it.
That's
That's
fine.
fine. That's fine. No, I can't. This Ryan's on my dick. Where's the healer, please?
Oh, we have to go on point. We have to go on point now.
I can't touch. I can't. Oh, I'm okay. We're here. Will got it. Oh yeah, huge ult.
You got slept somehow.
He almost his ult.
I'm literally about to just
Break the shield as much as you can.
It's 0.4.
Hey, add some up. No!
Oh, God, Thomas. So close. Fucking, they switched to Genji to jump on me and Hanzo. They 3 people jumped on me. And then it's just over.
Yeah, play another. Don't y'all be on that soft going to play MW2 stuff.
W2 starting to sound lit.
You said what's starting to sound lit?
I wish I could see match history.
Oh god, it's the last one regardless.
Alright, bet. Bathroom break, BRB.
I don't have every Hanzo skin because I don't have these 2. But should I work for this one? Honestly, I care more about this.
Blade and Soul Experience Bundle. Do I re-download Blade and Soul?
Blade and Soul? I forgot about that game.
With these upgrades, they don't stand a chance.
Still no Kiriko. Not Blade and Soul? Yes, Blade and Soul. Why, yes, indeed, Blade and Soul. Dorito. Mahjong Soul? Is that the name of the game?
Oh, bro.
Ooh. You never want to touch Blade and Soul or hear that game ever again? I forgot the game existed. I think I was playing it before Black Desert Online came out.
We all were.
Yeah.
You kept there.
I kept what?
Kept playing it. You built different.
I am. Oh no. We're fucked.
I might re-download these.
I'm not getting healed.
Maybe you should sit this one out and leave it.
I'll be fine once you shut up.
I mean, maybe it works out. I don't want to dodge, or not dodge, dog on the Brigitte.
5, 4, 3, 2,
No, you guys see.
1. Attackers incoming.
10 players. I see 10.
I see a kitty go.
The payload.
Moira.
Moira.
Right behind.
Sojourn and a run. And again. Wait, I don't see one.
Jump out. Jump out.
Nathan fire tracks. No, don't have to worry about those. Nathan healing orb too.
Oh, there's a fucking trap there. I didn't see the trap. It was so obvious. They would do
We all
that.
bullseye DPS. Fall back. Fall back. Fall back. Ryan, no fire tracks. Oh, we do need to fall back. They like we just.
Yeah, they're gonna run it down. Just
Fall
play
back,
safe.
only
If
DPS.
you die, we get staggered.
Yeah.
Just wait for the reset
They
here.
have a
I'm here now.
brig.
I'm here now. We have a brig.
I mean, we have a brig.
Yeah, we do.
Oh, how'd you die?
Where the fuck?
I got one shot by the Junkrat behind us.
Cringe Junkrat.
Kiriko can die. Kiriko can. Oh.
She dashed out. I got the fucking Junkrat finally.
We have no heals. We have no heals. I'm down bad right now.
Yeah, we don't have any heals, unfortunately. Can you get on point? Can you contest? Can you contest?
Oh.
I'm falling out. Honestly,
Ah.
no, that's huge. That's huge.
How the fuck were you just standing there? We didn't miss it completely. That's cringe.
Man.
I don't think we fought with a fight without a Reaper with a Reaper yet.
I'm throwing it just to
True, I
slow
just
him off.
died 3 times
just
now.
to slow him down off the payload. And I got the Moira, so W.
Look at the Junkrat.
Their only healer's Kirk. What the? This fucker. Hold on.
I am not getting to play the game.
I guess I'll switch. I guess. Brian needs to die.
I already said at the start, we're not getting healed this game. That's what I said earlier.
Yeah. They're throwing out so much damage. And it's hard to.
Man, I'll headshot on my body.
Just Rat needs to die. There we go. Make a move. I'm grabbing that soldier.
Damn, heal as well.
Brian probably has ult, right?
There we go. A little momentum shift though.
Didn't he use ult? Dipping out. Oh, I'm dead. No, I'm not. That's funny.
If I track. Oh, he had a second one left. We got a rally though. I guess we should have gotten in there. Yeah. Shit. What? Dude. He just saved his whole backline's ass.
Oh, he didn't.
No, he didn't. No, he didn't. Bitch. That is one thing about Brick sucks, but I will always love a good rally.
He rally really there?
Yeah, she rallied right there.
Fuck, French. He just knows where I'm at, doesn't he?
Trying to get some backline pick. Alright, well, Ryan blocked it, but so you should have a shield though. Yeah, Ryan no shield right now. Ryan no shield right now. I'm pushing this Kiriko.
He has ult. The one guy has ult.
He just used it.
Junker has ult. Be careful.
Oh, you said Junker? Oh.
Junk has ult.
I don't know. I don't even know what to do.
I think I want to...
Someone is
He switched to Ana. He switched to Ana.
Oh, that's gonna be a huge blessing.
Big switch.
Fucking cringe.
I'm gonna just fly on and touch. Here.
There it is. I'm not doing any damage.
No healing orb, no fire strikes. Oh, heal me. Yeah. Alright, Kiriko next. Kiriko. No. Junkrat. Yeah. W.
Get out the point.
Ana switch was huge.
Yeah, we need the heal. That was the most important thing we needed. His heal jumped to like almost 2k there. He's at 3,000 earlier before the switch. Saliva! Fuck.
About to have another bomb too. Alright, Rhino fire tracks. Reaper on me in the back. Reaper on me. Wait, shoot me in the back.
I didn't want the fucking ult though.
Oh my...
Play the game. Play the game. Fucking saliva. It went down the damn wrong tube.
You good, bro?
No, it's just I'm choking on my own fucking spit.
Come on! Turn me up, chat, even though it's just Yomi.
You're garbage, bro.
Fuck you, bitch.
I'm out, babies. And I'm back down, baby.
Hanzo. Yeah! Let's go!
That was a good ult that you had earlier.
Good hold.
Love this bitch!
And the human body has a skill issue? Shut up.
Wait, what happened?
Someone said when my human body has a skill issue. Ugh. Alright. We're coughing, it seems like. We're good.
Love to hear it.
Kiriko Dayo.
Someone needs to fill
And Dayo.
Since you say Kiriko, I thought that song Bow banger.
What?
Bow? Her theme song?
Bow? That's her theme song?
Yeah, have you seen the YouTube video, the music video? Shit fire.
From Kiriko? No.
Yeah, Bow.
What more does a man need?
I have not seen it.
Maybe something to drink.
Punch.
Diva, can I have a turn?
He asked if Diva, can I have a turn? Damn.
Wait, who asked that?
That Anna. Trying to have a turn playing the game.
Oh.
Get it? Roleplay.
My response to that.
I'll catch you guys on the flip side.
They have Hanzo up top. It's cringe.
I haven't seen that station since Overwatch 1. I ain't gonna cap.
Wow.
Did
they find you already?
Ult type.
I'm about to hop down soon.
I came out and they were both okay.
The shield's almost broken.
They helped that very well.
Not exactly what I expected.
Have you tried flanking on the right?
God.
I'm so low!
Oh, that's so cringe! Got someone. That's another one. You got Kiriko help. I can't help you.
Yeah, he's playing. They found out.
I got Kiriko though. Hey.
Focus, now right. Now focus to the right. Yeah. Just make sure someone's pushing payload.
Got one.
What the fuck down there? Oh.
William, you're side with my cards.
I'm pushing them all up here.
Get back in point.
I'm just trying to make sure they don't touch, but alright, I'm coming.
Yep. We just need the extra. Okay, we got forward spawn. Oh no, Will didn't get it.
Bit early. Dust off the boots.
They have a Zarya now.
I mean, he's Genji anyway, so he'll come back soon.
We got a Zarya now. They're trying to nerf me.
And we have Kiriko.
Where the fuck is she? Where'd she go?
Hanzo's up top, Will. If we kill him, I can really ult, I think. I got someone. I got the healer.
Huge.
CPS and healer up top. Oh, you're wild. Oh.
That was a wild ult.
Wild. We didn't see it. Nothing happened. Accidents happen. Her bubble saved the Moira.
Yes, on the roof.
I'm getting the Hanzo. Oh, Hanzo and Soldier here. And Kiriko.
Yeah.
I can't. Yeah, I can't.
I need heals.
Oh, he got Willing. Oh no. I mean that.
Cracked.
Huge nano.
But we're all dead though.
They're all fucking here.
Cute surf
They still
Okay,
haven't
well,
seen my
I'm 23% away from Bob.
You probably or Ryan maybe.
Sure. Let me throw bomb.
I just want to ult behind your wall, basically.
Yeah. But let me throw bomb first. I almost have it again. I'm at 84.
Ult. Does that have ult? Oh.
Hell, Zarya's cheating to be punished. Zarya, no bubbles.
Last one.
Oh, I fucked up. I'll body block. I fucked up.
They're down 2 right now. They're down 3 right now.
Skill issue?
They're
3
all
on point. We need to push it as fast as we can.
Yeah. Now sell my bomb. You got 3 on point, but it's only 2.
He almost died. Cringe.
I got 3 on now.
Really?
No.
There's TP on there.
They're up top. Yeah, let's get them off. Kiriko can die.
We're in this.
Soldier, Kiriko, get them all. Yeah.
You have a full minute. Will's in the back here. Nice. We win this now. Where'd that came from?
So nuts.
You guys are crazy. Let's go.
Diva bombs are broke. And back. Welcome back, dear. God, the range of the grenade is so far. It is pretty big. actually.
Fucking
It's so
go,
fucking
man.
stupid. It's so busted. Alright, the four kills is the play here. Diva carry. Diva cares. Let's see it. Hi. I'm diamond, in case you didn't hear. I hit it. Went from gold back to diamond. Oh, they thought I was gonna go on top and then it fucking curved down. That's unfortunate. Dorcas? Yes, Sophia is the Dorcas. The Dorcas. I like that. Is that the last one?
Yes, unfortunately, I was hyped up.
I mean, you got 4 kills. I'm not surprised.
Want to keep going. Love Diva.
Alright, what rank is everyone now?
Gold 1 still.
I'm gold in every role right now.
The lowest rank. I'm the lowest rank.
The boss XII, stop D-ranking.
XD.
Uh-huh.
This Call of Duty finna hit. Where you on me at?
Anyway, I'm gonna head out.
Good night.
Yes. Oh, yes.
Good shit, I'm hitting diamond tonight.
Thank you. Okay. I hit diamond. I did it. That was the only goal of the stream, and I technically did it. So I'm quite happy with that. I had a feeling we could have, as long as I won as many of the games as I possibly could. And like I think we won 5, or we got a 4 win streak, right? So that kind of turned out well for us. I was stressed. What do you mean technically? Technically? What do you mean technically? Did I say technically? Nani? Yeah, call me double D's because I'm a diamond dork. Wait, no, I'm not a dork. Fuck you guys. No you. Wait, I actually unintentionally just went along with that. No. How dare? You said you're technically diamond? Yeah, I'm diamond now. I'm straight up diamond. I think I'm diamond 5. But I was saying technically, in probably a way I didn't mean technically. I probably words were just coming out. DD, yeah, you got me. Neo, when are we playing? Yeah, hiking bully. Yeah, we got diamond. That was basically my goal for the stream. I woke up late because I took a nap and not a nap. I had a food coma basically, and I passed out because I ate, and then the heat just killed me. It's still hot, but it's not as hot as it was earlier. Let's go jump back up. What, you want to keep playing? You want to play Overwatch? Is that what you're talking about? Oh, if I said I'm technically diamond, I meant I'm literally diamond. I'm a diamond in the rough, baby. What you want to play? I don't know. Tekken. Tekken. What's the newest Dead or Alive game? Wait, there's a Dead or Alive movie? Huh. You're trolling Tekken? I mean, I'm not always. But, no, I had a lot of fun today. The games are fun. There was a lot of random moments where I was just like, I'm aiming and I'm just like, bomb, and I kill someone. I'm like, did I just kill someone? And I did. And it just surprised me. I can't say I expected that twist of events, but it happened. And that was pretty fucking cool. But yeah, I'm trying to play at some point, Neo. Hook me up. Set up the group chat. And then we all nerd out. Don't you guys play really late though? Like around now? I have to stay up late. Probably has to be like a weekend thing. Should I raid someone? Dead or Alive is a fighting game with a lot of boobies. I'm not sure how else to explain that. Like, is there another way to explain Dead or Alive? It's the first fighting game ever that had extreme booby physics. It's because of that game that booby physics are a thing that people care about in games. It's a mid-difficulty fighting game of high physics. Yeah, it's upscaled on the physics, for sure. For sure. They want to make sure you really feel the impact of these combos that you pull off, you know? You want to make sure that when you're juggling someone properly, they feel juggled. You know what I mean? These are such dorks. Yeah, I was gonna play Elden Ring today, but I was late anyway, so let's just play Overwatch and try to hit Diamond. And we got it pretty early in the stream, so that was pretty cool. Or not early, halfway through it. But now it's just big chilling vibes. I don't know what I want to do. Probably just get ready for bed, honestly. It's almost midnight, and then I gotta wake up in the morning to go to the gym. What am I gonna do at the gym? I had to take leg day off because I pulled a muscle. And I can't do leg day before a full body day. Maybe just another cardio day? I can do another cardio day. But we'll see. Go to sleep, Dirk? Yeah, I'll probably head to sleep. I'll probably join the Discord, play whatever episode I fell asleep on during in Guillermo del Toro's Cabinet of Curiosities. And yeah, bed this early in the day. Raid Zone? Yeah, we're about to raid, but is Raid Zone something? Why does that sound familiar? Raid Zone. Or is that... I'm thinking of the movie, I think. Raid and Zone. You guys have anyone that we should raid? Any wholesome small strummers? Anyone that's cool? They don't have to necessarily be like small. As long as they're just good people. I'm trying to find wholesome people again. Raid Zone? Oh, Zone Sama. That's what you're talking about. You're talking about Zone Sama. Are they actually live right now? Fucking hentai master over here. They are live. Wait, really? They only have 100,000 followers? I always thought the Zone Sama account would have like 1 million at least. What's like the average for big streamers? I'm really curious now. How many followers they get? I expected like them to be popping off here. I'm gonna... What's Markiplier? I know Markiplier streams. How much does he got? Does he have 1 million on here? He does. But he's bigger. That's fair. He has 2.4 mil. I guess. I don't know. Yeah, you guys have anyone though? Anyone that's like cool? Cool beans? Yeah, the audience varies. Most people only look at Zone Sama when they're feeling a certain type of way. Wait, did they change something? Hold on. Recommended for you? Viewers high to low. Recommended for you. They have a recommendation list now based on... That's weird. Okay. You got nothing? You got nothing? You can find someone then. God of War Ragnarok. I really want... Is that PS5 exclusive? If it is, I'm gonna be so fucking sad. I really want to play it. You have too many VTubers? VTubers are cool. I like VTubers. Fuck, man. I really want to play it. I would get a PS5 if it wasn't so fucking broke. Like, in a heartbeat type vibe. 'Tis a shame. What a shame. I had a raid, to be honest. I'm actually blanking on who to raid. Everyone's either playing Overwatch 2 or God of War Ragnarok, and I don't want to raid anyone playing God of War because spoilers. And Overwatch 2, I'm not really in the mood to like watch Overwatch 2 right now. I get a PS5 if I can ever find one available. Year Z. Is that a streamer? Fuck you, Hitsuga. I hate your face. Ugh, disgusting. Year Z. Year Z. What is that? They're wholesome. They're good bean. They're proper right dork. We'll raid them then. We'll raid them. Nutty. I'm out of breath. Stamina. Okay, motherfucker. Alright, man, we'll raid. That'd be an interesting one to add to the stream. Bankai. Bankai. That'd be kind of cool. But yeah, we'll raid Year Z, and I know nothing about them. I trust Neo on the thingamabob. What do you, I need to come up with like a proper rating message, but like I never know how to. My brain's not creative enough, I guess, for a raid message. I can do other creative stuff, but raid messages, nothing. Thank you for the stream. Thank you for hanging out, Rosemary. I appreciate you. Thank you everyone for hanging out, actually. You guys are great. They're wholesome coffee-loving dork. Alright, we'll talk about their coffee then. I heard you like coffee. That could be the raid message. Fuck if I know. I'll see you guys later. I love you guys. Bye. Ending. There we go. There it is. I love you guys.